Mic check 1. Mic check 2. Mic check 3. Let's see here. Mic check 1. Mic check 2. Mic check. Testing something real quick. Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. I still need to figure out how to improve my mic quality. Lower this. So welcome back to our little show. We got a few things that I want to talk about, some topics. I think it's gonna be fun. And I hope for anyone else that may be catching us while doing the show, hope you had a good day, and hope your day continues to be good. Um, and if you stumbled upon and continue to watch, I appreciate you to stopping by. It really helps. Um, but for us, we are going to um, we're gonna play some Gran Turismo later, but not right now. But that's gonna be later, for sure. So for internet stuff, we got some internet stuff. Quite a bit of it, actually. So let's bring up the avatar. Here we are. Here we go. All right, just gonna pull things up. Display. There we go. Right. We got some videos we want to react to. Some stuff from Car Driver, some stuff from Top Gear. Actually, I guess we can start off with this. How is it that I was today's years old when I found out that Top Gear had a gaming section review? That's right. A brand that is known for reviewing vehicles, cars, and showing off concept that manufacturers are working with, and some one-off pieces that private, private people have decided to partake in. Out of nowhere, there's an article for Assassin's Creed. Now, this kind of interests me because, well, I do like games. Not all of them racing, but some of them are pretty, action oriented, RPG like. Let me get a sip of my coffee real quick. But yeah, this came a surprise to me. I'm pretty sure a lot of people were probably like, like, WTF? What's this doing here? It's let's see. It's one of these like articles that showcase a recurring pattern when it comes to, I guess, promoting a video game. Uh, for a lot of people that may not understand what's going on here when it comes to Assassin's Creed Shadows, the game itself has been seen with heavy amounts of controversy throughout the year, since it was revealed last year. More than, yeah, basically last year. because it was supposed to release, I believe, fall of last year, and we had like trailers and stuff announced for this game like spring of last year. But that's neither here nor there. It just makes you wonder, you know, there's this article on a website that promotes gaming when it was originally about cars. So I guess they have their own full-on gaming tab, because I didn't know about this at all. You see here like stuff about car racing. This is stuff that I would figure, you know, that would be here. All this is understandable and somewhat related, and you know, it doesn't hurt to double dip a little bit. But this came out of nowhere. Let me see. Top 5 shadows in gaming. What? Look, the new Assassin's Creed is big. While we prep our review, let's take a view on its competitors. Okay, so it's probably just what competitors. Let's take a view on its competitors. Same writer. A new Ubisoft open world game has just arrived. Assassin's Creed Shadows finally takes the stealth action RPG behemoth to feudal Japan after many years of community requests to do exactly that. The resulting implications are thus a faint sense of nostalgia for the days when vast titles like this seemed to drop every 3 months. A kind of existential dread about where you'll find the time to actually play it. And many browser tabs about how to find all 390 feathers of the sea shanties, or whatever doohickey this latest one torments the completionist with. And listen, cards are on the table. Reviewing these games is a nightmare because they're absolutely vast. So while we stall for time, here's a list feature about the best shadows in gaming. So we have Cyberpunk 2077. I don't know about you, but Cyberpunk 2077 seems like a completely, a vastly different experience than what's common with Assassin's Creed titles. Taking the premise literally, which title has the most realistic high fidelity shadows? Is that what we're talking about? Actual shadows? So are we appealing to technical, like technical fidelity? In which that case, that sounds funny. GTA 6. The game's not even out yet. It's been well over a year now since that trailer dropped. GTA 6 is your mate in the holidays WhatsApp group who reacts with a thumbs up to the first message detailing the plan, then goes radio silent ever after. Are they actually going to turn up? Have they paid? Both of these remain a perpetual mystery. Over time, you start to resent them for it. So yeah, this is gloating about technical standards. Okay. I don't know why you would rate this game is not even out yet. But I guess he already has it in mind that it's probably going to be a technical dominance, which, you know, I would hope so. Considering Red Dead Redemption 2, it's kind of par for the course, you know? This GTA 6 for sure, I believe will look very beautiful. Shadow of Colossus, Yeah, another game that's known for its graphical fidelity, despite the fact that this game was released on what, PS2, and it's been a beloved cult classic ever since. Sure, I'll give you that. Middle Earth: Shadow of Mordor. Never played this game, but I heard of the Nemesis system from this game. I never really hear anybody talking about how like graphically intensive this game looks. But that's probably just me. So this is my first one. This is my first time seeing it. Uh, so it's in the Lord of the Rings. Yeah, like, yep, okay, mate, have fun with that. Yep, basically how I feel. I'm not too um obsessive about Lord of the Rings, but the Nemesis system. They have it highlighted here. And then it arrived, marrying familiar staples like a massive world map, parkour, and a rhythmic third-person combat sequences to a life-absorbing new mechanic called the Nemesis system. Here's how it worked. There was an orc army after you. The army had its own hierarchy, with individuals promoted when they killed you or replaced by a low-ranking rookie when you killed them. Lose to them, and they get stronger. Beat them, and the whole army gets slightly weaker. Simple, clear, utterly compelling. The stories are generated the way we all blabbed to each other about what happened with the Gizmoth, the nose picker, defeated us, and then became immune to stab attacks. The hours in bed, awake, scheming, devising elaborate plans to take down characters who now felt impossibly real. It was so good that Warner actually had the system patented to prevent other games from pinching it. Yeah, this is BS. To this day, I believe that copyright shouldn't exist. But it's Warner, who's gonna try to go after them? Thief: The Dark Project. Never heard of this game. All right, so let's check out what this one is. And finally, a word on an innovator who doesn't get enough praise and adulation. Sounds to me like this guy probably actually played this game, and is like one of their low-key favorites. But like whenever they try to find someone else to play the game, they can't. They can't probably find one. Let's see. The Thief wasn't the first stealth game when it arrived on PC in 1998, but it was the first that used light levels and noise as a basis of its stealth system. As you don't cowl and kosh of Garrett, what? As you don the cowl and kosh of Garrett the Master Thief, you're keeping a constant eye on where the safe dark spaces are and different surfaces underfoot. Looking Glass had no business making such a detailed system within the constraints of the late 90s tech. Everyone from Metal Gear to Dishonored to, and this is really clever because we've brought this feature back full circle, Assassin's Creed Shadows owes something to Thief: The Dark Project. Alright, that's pretty fun little read here. Let's go back. So yeah, it's like they prop themselves up to try to quickly allude to this game, right? When I see that other articles in their gaming tab has nothing to do with Assassin's Creed, or like very rarely other RPGs, which kind of makes sense. It's Top Gear. It's about cars, really. Avowed review, a vital reminder to how epic RPGs are supposed to play. I wonder if it's written by the same guy. Yep, Phil. Written by Phil. Weird. I like only the culture war relevant games are written by this guy. Like Tokyo Extreme Racer. I want to check that out. Hold on, let me go back. Let's read up on this one. Yo, Phil's working overtime. He's the only one writing the articles I see. The turn of the millennium, eh? Good times. Not the subtlest era for streetcar modifications, but certainly one immortalized for being a string of wonderful Need for Speed Underground releases that seem to tap into bigger zeitgeist. Tokyo Extreme Racer knows this and has ruthlessly exploited our collective nostalgia for the Underglow Neon era in a manner that Steam Early Access users are pretty psyched about. Since the early access version released on Steam on 23rd January, uh, you UK people really kind of get me going with that. You know, January 23rd, 23rd of January. Yeah, okay, yeah. The game's amassed over 7,000 reviews and currently sits at an overwhelmingly positive user rating. It's doing something right then. In a near future Tokyo, those whose roads have been conveniently closed off to anyone except street racers, you bomb about in tuners with outrageous color schemes, flashing your lights at rival drivers and entering duels with them. Tokyo's Shuto Expressway has been recreated on the world map, as have a number of choice vehicles, including the Nissan Skyline GTR V-Spec 2 and a Mazda RX-7 Type R2, Supras, Imprezas, and more. Can your whack dirty greet spoilers on them? What? Can you whack dirty great spoilers on them? I don't get this. Can like I know I'm pretty stupid, but this sentence makes no sense to me. Can you whack dirty great spoilers on them? You can. Are there bonnet scoos and gratuitous vents to add? There are. And are there gaudy paint colors and vinyls to make your custom motor look just the right side of absolutely disgusting? Yes, confirmed. Okay, so basically, okay, now I get this. Basically, like, you know how like the Subaru SCIs have like the big ass wing for no reason? Well, quote unquote, no reason. I think that's what he was referring to. Basically, spoilers like that, which yes, you must have. It's great. Actually, make them bigger. But I guess that's enough of that. That's enough of that. I just found it funny that it like freaking like that Assassin's Creed article is the only reason why I found out that this gaming type exists in Top Gear. I haven't been to this site in like forever. I don't know when they added this. However, there are other stuff that I do want to check out, such as the first drive of Lamborghini Temerario prototype review. Does the V8 hybrid power live up to the old V10? I'm assuming for hardcore Lambo fans, it probably doesn't because you lose out on the V10 noise. Hmm. You're driving the new Lamborghini already? This is a late stage development car, about 95% finished according to Lamborghini's Boffin chief, Rovin Moore. So highly representative. The Temerario is the successor of the Huracan, a car that sold 29,700 units across its 10-year lifespan and thus one of Lamborghini's greatest hits. Well, yeah, sure. It is also revised marketing orthodoxy by bowing out in perhaps its most entertaining iteration, the Starato. Some important questions need to be answered here. Can the all-new twin-turbo hybridized V8 really match the outgoing V10? Is the Temerario too complicated for its own good? And is it a true Lamborghini? Well, I guess in my opinion, Lamborghini isn't exactly known for simplicity to begin with. Ever since the Diablo, basically post Diablo or post Gallardo, Lamborghini hasn't been anything but simple. They've all been complicated V10s with an all-wheel drive system. And of course, they kept adding and adding and adding other technological components on top of that, as you know, new amenities such as push to start or new traction control systems that may be federally required depending on places sold, etc. But and of course the emissions technology as well. Can't forget about that. You literally have like the engine in the back, which has the shortest amount for exhaust. So for you know California, who's the most strictest about this, they don't like it when their cars sound loud, so they have to figure out ways on how to reduce noise coming out from the exhaust, as well as being allowed to keep the cars street compliant. So all these like regulations and shit, Lamborghini has had to have fought for during their engineering process of the car. So yeah, definitely kind of complicated. It's more than just put a motor in the back, you know. But either way, let's continue. Come on then, don't keep us hanging. Is that V8 a buzzkill? Nope, it's a monster. With the trio of E-motors to pump torque at low revs, and two socking great IHI turbos puffing away after that. I'm assuming they're like individual. Pretty cool. The Temerario revs like few other cars, and certainly nothing in this sector. Lamborghini decided to that 10,000 RPM sounded cool, and then realized it had to deliver on that. Well, it has. A 10,000 RPM V8. I'm pretty certain Lamborghini probably could have done that a long time ago with their cars without having to, modify or do anything like that. Like they could have sold those cars straight out, but they definitely not probably, they definitely would have been killer on gas, which probably would have made it fail emissions. Like, yeah, we have the gas guzzler tax, but that only goes up so far before California's like, no, it's too much. It kills too much gas. Not allowed. Go back and figure that out. Which obviously would be to stop the engine from spinning too fast before it would waste fuel at the top end. So I'm assuming it probably gets away with this in this configuration because the hybrid doesn't have to the car doesn't have to expend monstrous amount of torque at the lower end revs. Like, it doesn't struggle as much to get the car going on a roll due to the motors and all-wheel drive configuration, because it did say it had 3 motors. So I'm assuming one at the back, 2 at the left and right of the driver's side. All-wheel drive, because the motor's going to be spinning the back anyway. But either way, I think that kind of explains that situation, where the reason why most of the time we can't have high revving motors is purely because of emissions and in some cases noise ordinance laws. Does it sound good? It does, though subjectively not as good as the V10. Yeah, it's a different noise. Let's just get that out the way up front. But the 4.0 liter V8 all new unit, remember, has whip crack throttle response, almost zero lag, has such an appetite for revs that pretty quickly it's a case of V10 who? Nah. Nah. You would be singing a different tune if it was a hybrid V10. The only problem with that is, like, how the hell would you package such a massive engine with a hybrid motor? But either way, how quickly you forget. Full disclosure, the all unit is a bit guttural with the flat plane crank spinning at low revs, but from about 5,000 RPM on, it starts screaming with the ferocity that could get a MotoGP rider nodding in recognition, resisting the urge to upshift at the usual increments and keep your foot in. Then watch as you get as you close in on 10,000 RPMs. That it happens very quickly indeed, and it just keeps on pulling. Imagine those piston speeds. Yeah, those are probably so some extreme speeds for sure. Like they would need some very good internals. So they probably already have like titanium shit in there to withstand those types of speeds. How does it handle? It sounds like you can get carried away. It's got you covered. On a dry track, this has to be one of the most benign mid-engine cars we've ever driven. Lamborghini's engineers are still finalizing the drift mode, setting on a full MU, high friction surface. So we didn't get to play with that, unfortunately. But in Corsa mode, with the powertrain in its performance setting, all 907 brake horsepower is deployed to epic effect. Those two axial flux motors, they're more torque dense than radial flux equivalents. On the front axle, also provide torque vectoring, so the Merario largely resists understeer. That's pretty good. So you have a system that is innately good at being able to neutralize understeer, because you know this thing's gonna weigh more than like 3,600 pounds, right? This boy is not gonna be light, but it's still sub 2 tons, so that's good. Can't say that about certain boats, but sure. Hmm. Drive intelligent, drive intelligently, but with an eye on quick lap time, and it corners with pinpoint accuracy. Or you can keep it dancing on the limits of adhesion. Its bespoke Bridgestone Potenza Sport rubber, 255/35 up front, 325/30 at the rear, working the surface beautifully. Arrive late, break deep into the apex, or simply lob it in like a Burke, and then it slides so sweetly you'd swear there was some magic going on. And there is. It's in all those electrons. Of course, the electronics. The electronics are playing for you. So this sounds like almost any other Lamborghini ever, where its systems are complicated, but driving it is dumb easy. At least until you get to the GT3 trophy car, because that's where all your electronic and handicaps are flown out the window. What else stands out? We were limited to a track shakedown, so full road driving impressions will have to wait. But here goes. The 8-speed dual shift box is punchy and aggressive, in Corsa mode anyway. The steering is linear, but a touch light from my personal taste. There's terrific brake feel, the pedal action surprisingly short and firm. There are carbon ceramic discs. 410, oh man, that's massive. That's super massive. Holy damn. 410mm up front with 10 piston calipers, and it starts faster than the Huracan STO. The electrified front axle and the rear e-motor also help decelerate the car, while also recharging the battery, as on the Revuelto. So they're using like some of the systems that they developed for the Revuelto in here. Well, if it works, you might as well, spread the love. The new chassis has 27% greater torsional rigidity, and downforce at the rear is up 103% compared to the Huracan Evo, so the whole platform feels stable and robust. More importantly, that the Marario feels agile, lighter than its 1,690 kilogram dry weight would suggest. See, this is what I mean. Like, basically, the car is heavy. It's a heavy boy. 1,690 kilograms. Jeez. Let's convert that to freedom units, shall we? Shoot. kg, 2 pounds. Darn it. Bro, I was correct. I did say earlier in the article this thing was gonna weigh at least 3,600 pounds. Shoo. Anyway, get back to it. At no point do the electrified elements get in the way of the process of going like the clappers. Everything feels harmonized. To be fair, it's something that the Ferrari 296 GTB and the McLaren Artura both manage. But they don't rev to 10 grand. Significantly, it also has a character and feel that's very distinct from the Revuelto. So it doesn't just feel like a repackaged car. Cool, cool. I mean, if I remember correctly, the Revuelto is just what like a lower output version of this car. Like, what are the specs on the Revuelto? Lamborghini Revuelto. Oh, so the Revuelto is the big boy. And the Tamerino is the smaller one. Okay, okay. All right. So tell us more about the power unit. The combustion engine first. It's an all-new 4.0 liter hot V. Oh. The turbos are in the center valley of the V. With the dry sump and power output of 709 brake horsepower. That alone is 158 more than the Punchy's Huracan. Highlights include that flat plane crank, titanium conrods. I did mention that would have to be in there. You can't have like a high revving motor and not incorporate extremely sturdy metals. Because if it was steel, or especially aluminum, they're not gonna last. The aluminum probably would be shredded to pieces in like a few seconds, of like maybe like a minute of running it. And the steel would probably bend after like maybe like a few years. Probably like 2 years at most before the engine goes and kaputs and dies. And it's not like it's just one. No, you gotta fucking buy all 8 all over again. Because if one's about to bend, if one bent from high speeds, the others are gonna start bending soon. Either way, I don't think obviously I'm talking about this from the perspective of someone that doesn't have a fucking Lambo because I don't have Lambo money. But the way I see it is like, even if I were to have Lambo money, I probably would still be pissed if I had to do an engine rebuild about 2 years in. You know, that's just like unnecessary. All right, so continue. The Racebred Sliding Fingers followers. Racebred Sliding Finger followers. What? Is this a new term I never heard of before? Finger followers and sports bike. Oh, okay. It's for cams. Okay. With finger followers, the cam is striking a smaller area, just the back of the follower, so you can use aggressive cams. Okay. Okay, alright. I get it. I get it. Made of diamond like carbon, as well as two very boosty turbos, 2.5 bar max. That's crazy. But this is like the configuration that's like the most insane. You have a hybrid powertrain with an extremely good high revving motor, and it's boosted on top of that. Like basically, it's like your power, yes please. You know, like I can't imagine what people are gonna do to this thing in the aftermarket segment, because someone's probably gonna commission some form of like 1500 brake horsepower build that's gonna be insane. You know, probably like a 50 um 50 V8, and maybe like a slightly bigger battery for drag racing, and probably get like that screaming 1.4 second out 0 to 60. It would be a drag monster for sure. In an all-wheel configuration, all-wheel drive. Yeah, no, you would have it all, dude. You would have it all. A new radiator layout helps cool all this hardware. It needs to. It sounds like it runs extremely hot, especially those damn turbos sitting in the valley of a 10,000 RPM revving behemoth. So Lamborghini engineers, they add it, bro. They add it. They're just. Man, I wonder how Ferrari feels about this. I really do. I can't imagine the engineers are probably pretty happy with this. And you know, Ferrari is a different market for sure, but I'm pretty sure in the spirit of competition, that's just how engineers are. They want to make stuff better than other people. they probably can't even, they probably aren't even allowed to make something like this, and they would have no use for it. I like the only use for it will probably be in their hypercar. You know, the WEC hypercar. But either way, so we're about to finish. Let's just finish the article. Yeah, new radiator layout helps cool all this hardware. There is direct injection that works at a pressure of 350 bar. That's a lot of fucking pressure. For faster, cleaner combustion. CO2 emissions are half those of the equivalent Huracan. Like I said, emissions is the name of the game. Always has been. You have a hybrid that can carry a heavy vehicle um, off the grid, off the line, so it doesn't have to expend stress until like mid RPMs. But by then the turbos have or should have already been spooled and ready to go and apply boost. So it's like, yeah, like you should fear virtually no lag, especially when the crossover hits like in speed, where the battery no longer has to work because the engine can just outpace a battery at that point. So yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So let's continue. That was fun. And there's an interview. Meet Veilside boss Hironao Yokomaku. That would be like what Yokomaku Hironao, the OG Japanese tuner. From kitchen hand to one of the founding fathers of the Japanese tuning industry. Dude's a mad lad. If you're not too familiar with who Veilside is, then all you have to do is just watch Fast and the Furious. Once you see that RX-7, you're like, damn. Nice. That's these guys. Oh, there it is right there. Look at that. So good. How's it? We need these in Gran Turismo. Come on, man. Polyphony, please. You had a chance. Bro, look at that LED. Those LEDs look nice. So good. Ah, bless me. I was holding that in for a while. Oh, look at this Celica. Look at this Celica. Oh, that's so cool. And that ain't a Celica, is it? What exactly is it? Enhanced. Nah. I wonder. Nah, it can't be the Hakosuka, can it? Oh, Hakosuka. Look at me. Listen to me. Hakosuka. All right, let's go back. Let's go back. We're starting to get out of hand here. That's very nice. Yeah, dude, showing age, but hell, he left a lot. He left a lot for us. When Hironao Yokomaku joined a French restaurant aged 16, little did he know how much he'd influence Japan's car culture in the following decades. Now aged 63, the Tsukuba-based tuner shows no signs of slowing down, having just unveiled a new project alongside Fast and Furious actor Sung Kang. Because for nearly 4 decades, Yokomaku-san has led the iconic Japanese tuning brand Veilside. Many of us will be familiar with Veilside's work from the Tokyo Drift edition of Fast and Furious, especially the Fortune Mazda RX-7, which remains a poster car for the entire franchise. But long before Fast and Furious became a household name, Veilside had established itself as one of Japan's most advanced tuners, building the fastest cars in the country with exteriors almost as loud as exhaust notes. The company's distinctive look was inspired by the Batmobile of all things, and in the decades that followed, it's now synonymous with 1990s and 2000s Japanese car culture. Think huge sculpted rear wings and curved ankle braking splitters. During this time, Yokomaku-san wanted to create cars that he felt were complete packages, something missing from other tuners at the time who would only focus on one single element. But a Veilside car needed blistering performance, sharpened handling, and bespoke aero before it could even wear the hallowed Fortune or Combat name, depending on the level of work involved. The look didn't just inspire other Japanese tuners, It even crossed continents, with Veilside styled body kits being adapted on European cars during the Max Power era. Everyone wanted a piece of the pie. And while the good times felt like a perpetual party, those bad times that followed would put Yokomaku-san on the brink of shutting it down altogether. Now, with the company enjoying its resurgence in 2025, the 63-year-old tuning legend is keen to remind the world of Veilside's 35-year history. At first, I started riding around on customized motorbikes, and of course, I thought mine was the fastest, explains Yokomaku-san. That was until one day I raced a Nissan Bluebird with a tuned engine. I lost, easily. And then that's when I knew my tuning life had started. I began driving at 18. I immediately got a job at a car shop to feed my obsession with speed. Hard tuning in 1980s wasn't exactly the behemoth it is today. As the owner of an S30 Nissan Fairlady, Yokomaku-san tuned its engine by trial and error, leading to many rebuilds and while drag racing others. By the age of 22, he'd honed his craft enough to establish his own business, Yokomaku-san Racing Service, working tirelessly every day to build the fastest F30 in Japan. His piece de resistance was to turbocharge Nissan's L-Series engine, which immediately led to more victories while drag racing. Then, a year later, he turned his attentions towards Nissan's R32 GTR. At the age of 28, Yokomaku-san was beating established tuners at just about every discipline. Keen to show his skills beyond simply going fast, Yokomaku Racing Service then became Veilside. Yoko meaning side and Maku meaning veil. Wow. Okay. Okay. That's cool. Between 1990 and 1999, I set many Japanese records, including top speed, drag racing, and the fastest 0 to 300 kilometers per hour time of 1372 in our R1 Street Drag R32 Skyline, Yokomaku-san adds. Our cars were very distinctive, but also the fastest. So many requests for engine tuning would become the owners across Japan, and before long, I was reminded of the dangers of tuning after frequent accidents in tuned cars occurred across Japan. Wait, what? Let me reread that. Let me reread that. I think I blitzed myself completely. Because imagine like getting done and dusted by like a complete noob who just like kind of self-taught himself. Yep. These are like the legend type stuff, you know? Mm. Between 1990 and 1999, I set the many Japanese records, including top speed, drag racing, and the fastest 0 to 300 kilometers per hour time of 13.72 in our R1 Street Drag R32 Skyline. Yeah, I did read that. Okay. Our cars were distinctive, but also the fastest. So many requests for engine tuning would come from owners across Japan. And before long, I was reminded of the dangers of tuning, and after frequent accidents in tuned cars occurred across Japan, I did not want this to happen. So I decided to create a car that could attract people's attention without running at crazy speeds. After winning at Tokyo Auto Salon for many years, our cars and look became very popular. Tokyo Drift may be Veilside's most infamous film, but its arrow has been present in every Fast and Furious since day one. Remember Toretto's red RX-7? That's Veilside. Oh, and Suki's pink S2000 from Too Fast to Furious? Yep, that one too. Unfortunately for Yokomaku-san, this popularity led to an overwhelmingly demand, which left Veilside unable to maintain supply. Before long, a rise in cheap replica parts had flooded the market instead. As the tuning industry slumped, in the mid 2000s, the company found itself in the brink of bankruptcy. During this time, Veilside was moved away from the spotlight with a focus on survival. Yokomatsu-san adds, "It wasn't until Tokyo Drift made a big impact all over the world that people began to remember us and expose a new generation to our designs. That was a good feeling. I started the company after many bad experiences with other tuners. So to still be creating exciting cars for enthusiasts all around the world is very moving. I am not getting any younger, but for the future, all I hope is Veilside can continue to inspire the next generation of tuning fans, just like myself, all those decades ago." Dude, what a legend. You go from a chef hand to making a literal chef's kiss for cars. Come on. It was. That's funny. Come on. Let's go over here. Yeah, this looks wild. You got the parachute and everything, bro. And if this big spoiler before it extends out, not for downforce, but to decrease drag. It's wild. That's a cool story. I like. See here, look, car and driver. What's going on here? Trending new vehicles. These models are rising in popularity among new car shoppers. So we see here 2025 Honda Civic or Civic Hybrid, 2025 Honda Santa Fe, Hyundai, GMC Sierra 1500, and Subaru Forester. Bro, how is it that we have like conveniently all these big ass cars and yet the Civic still stands out on top? It's almost like people do like four-door sedans. Well, we need to get rid of these big ass SUVs because we need wagons, dude. We need to bring back wagons. We used to have wagons, but out of nowhere they got forced out of the car market. So all the cool wagon designs are like in Europe. We don't have them here. You know, car wash stuff. From the Car and Driver Archive. 1990 Volkswagen Corrado G60, the Euro alternative. We're trying to look at more relevant stuff. Funny that's in the mix considering what's going on recently with Tesla stuff. But let's check this out. Lightning Lab 2025, hottest cars, toughest tracks. Also read that one, sure. Oh, where's all this stuff? Oh, it's a little video. It's cool. Check that out later. Pause. It's 23 minutes. Damn. For 1 week each year, we descend on a piece of hilly automotive heaven in Southern Virginia. to see how quickly a selection of cars can lap a racetrack. This test we call Lightning Lap. The Grand Course at Virginia International Raceway, VIR, is the closest facsimile of the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We can find one without flying over an ocean. The 4.1-mile course may not be as long as the German one, but it is every bit as demanding. This is our 18th installment, and the rules are slightly more structured than Can-Am's Run What You Brung rule book. Slightly. Regular spots in the Lightning Lap run groups are reserved for unmodified production cars, vehicles you could conceivably purchase at your local dealer. Classes are formed by vehicle price. We've lapped family sedans and minivans, but no PR department has called us back when we've asked them for a pickup truck until this year. A group of editors drive the cars from time to allow us to give you the first-hand story of the lap. We could hire pros, but pros aren't pros. But pros aren't pros. Editor-in-Chief Tony Curio calls this Employee Retention Week for a reason. Strap in for the most intense driving of the year. Oh man. So yeah, this is a notorious track. I wish we had this in Gran Turismo 7. This track is insane. But they probably would have to alter a name or two. In the NASCAR band, Left Hook, the Snake, Climbing S's, South Bend, Oak Tree, the Back Straight, it's a Spiral. Don't forget bitch before you go into the Spiral. Of course, you always meet a bitch before you go to the Spiral, bro. The infield, roller coaster, hog pen, front straight, and the start and finish line. So, I don't mind watching this, but maybe later. So that's pretty much it. Okay, so what? Our Lightning Lap classes sort cars by price. This year we adjusted the parameters for LL1 through LL5 groups to reflect the rising cost of cars. Lightning Lap base prices include performance enhancing options. So LL1 is the lowest, and LL5 is the most expensive. Interesting how that works. Look at all these elevation changes. Up to a variance of about 100 feet of elevation change. You know, slightly more than 100 feet, but come on. No. This car is for 2025. Let's check this list out. So we got the Cadillac CT4V Blackwing. Sports sedans at the hottest end of the market are like the gunslingers in old westerns. They roll into town each year with their bandoliers full, ready to fire bursts of horsepower, handling, and speed at their rivals. We pit them against another in shootouts to see which will be the last one standing when the tire smoke clears. In the pitched battle that is 10 best cars, the CT4V Blackwing has once again defended its place as the compact high-performance sports sedan to beat. It's back for the 4th time in a row since it first went on sale for the 2022 model year. Note that neither of its most formidable antagonists, the BMW M3, the Alfa Romeo Giulia Quadrifoglio, have made the 10 best list during that time. In this class, high performance turbocharged 6-cylinder four doors, the CT4V Blackwing rules. Interesting. And of course, you got the CT5. Seismic changes to the vehicular landscape from just a few years ago mean that there are fewer and fewer sports sedans available to the drivers who cherish them, and fewer of those are available with a manual transmission, with a rear-wheel drive. And from that set, there's this one with the V8. The now four-time 10 best winning Cadillac CT5V Blackwing. And if I recall correctly, yes, it does come with a manual, but it's also supercharged. Basically making this a much nicer, a much classier Hellcat. If you got money, you know, this thing's a ball. Bro, like high performance Cadillacs, so funny to see. They're good. They're great cars. Truly. But it's funny that we have three GM cars though. This next is the C8. We don't need to prattle on recapping the long and storied history of Chevrolet Corvette. You likely already know all about it. From the early days of the C1, you're gonna go and prattle on about it anyway. Come on. Which dates back even further than this magazine to the current C8 generation. The story of the Corvette has been marked by plenty of highs and lows. Today, the Corvette is riding in an undeniable history-making high. After decades of rumors, the decision to pull the trigger and move the mid-engine configuration for the latest generation Vet was controversial, but one that has played out in a spectacular fashion for the Corvette. Well, for Chevrolet, the Corvette is now on another level. Part of the current Corvette's magic is how each model in the lineup feels both unique and uniquely Corvette. From 490 horsepower Stingray to the first ever all-wheel drive Corvette in the form of the E-Ray, and right up to the shatteringly quick Z06. Each version of the Corvette combines track scorching capability, explosive acceleration, with supple for a supercar ride quality and everyday usability. Even in its base form, the Stingray launches to 60 miles an hour in 2.8 seconds. Add two driven wheels and throw in a few electrons into the mix, and then the E-Ray makes the same pass at 2.5 seconds. Mm. Mm. Some good coffee. But imagine paying like so much extra for a 0.3%, for a 0.3, yeah, for a 0.3, for 1/3 of a second faster. I couldn't even say that right. I can't even English, bro. Like, what the fuck? So yeah, 0.3, 1/3, 1/3 of a second faster. And you have to have the two additional driven wheels, and of course the hybrid battery to power the front two wheels. I don't know. It couldn't be me. I'm just saying. Like, you already have a vehicle that's extremely fast with the Z06, and then you decide to make it heavy so it can go slightly faster in a straight line. And you add a whole bunch of technical bullshit on top. Because now it's a lot more complicated. But that's neither here nor there. Let's continue with the list. A Honda Accord. Oh, put some respect on its name. Driving an Accord on a twisty road is a revelation on par with discovering your accountant is a champion bodybuilder. You just don't expect such ability from a four-door family sedan. Although, if you're a regular C&D reader, you should. The Honda Accord has claimed a 10th best title now for the 39th time. It's topped our mid-sized family sedan list for years, and every time editors get inside one, we read logbook entries like "It's still got it." The Accord hits all the marks. The marks the Accord hits, which make up the "it" that it's got, are all expected deliverables such as interior space, ride comfort, fuel economy, general user friendliness, combined with handling and response that aren't usually front and center in a sedan at this price point. Starting for the cost of $29,390, even a base model Accord can tuck neatly into a corner and carry themselves out while bringing a smile to the driver's face. At the EXL hybrid trim and above, the turbocharged 1.5 liter 4-cylinder becomes a 2.0 liter 4-cylinder paired with two electric motors for a combined 204 horsepower. And the hybrid Accord is not only quick to drive into the corners but also zippy coming out, all while getting an impressive 39 miles per gallon result in our 75 mile per hour highway fuel economy test. The Accord is such a good car. I drove I used to drive one for a while. It was really good. It was a good car. It was great. It was, but if I had to get my dream Accord, I think it's like it's a few generations old by now, because I don't think the Accord comes with the manual transmission anymore. So this was like during the era in which they still had the manual trans. So it would be the two-door coupe with the V6. I know people don't like the J engines as much, but like, bro, a a V6 manual transmission two-door Accord sounds really good to me. But I guess it's too front end heavy because it is a V6 and it's still front wheel drive, so that's something you gotta consider. But like even then, like the like 4-cylinder version that you could probably find with the same configuration, trans uh oof, you could probably find older generations with the normal VTEC engine. So the one before iVTEC with the manual transmission and two-door Accord coupe, and you have yourself a really fun daily car. Really fun. But anyway, let's continue. Of course, the Honda Civic. How did we not see this coming? Developing an affordably priced small car doesn't feel like it's affordably priced. What? Hold on, let me read this back. Read this back. Read this back. Developing an affordably priced small car that doesn't feel like it's affordably priced is one of the most difficult challenges in the auto industry. But you wouldn't know it from driving a Honda Civic. That would be because of Honda's decades long experience in the arena. The Civic dates back to the first energy crisis. That is correct. It was introduced as a 1973 model and is now on its 11th generation. Some Civics have been better than others, but taken as a whole, excellence has been a through line for this nameplate. And this is the 11th time the Honda Civic has appeared on a Car and Driver 10 Best list. So apparently it takes more L's than the Accord does. That's interesting to know. See, Lucid Air. Over 400 miles of EPA range combined with smooth, silent, and quick performance makes the Lucid Air a great EV. But with Air, which earns a spot on the 2025 10 Best list in both base, pure, and upper level touring trims, is more than that. The Lucid Air is also an excellent luxury sedan. With the freaking base price of like what? 6 figures? I would hope so. I would really hope so. That's not a selling point at at that price. That's expected. like the type of people who buy EVs, they're not gonna be like, oh, it's all gutted, it's all carbon fiber, it's all minimalistic, it's ready and edgy and really ready to go through those corners or go rip a drag strip. No, those aren't the people who buy EVs. It never will be. The exterior is sleek, modern, and stately without drawing you undue attention to itself. It's aerodynamically efficient, yet looks distinct. Inside, the cabin is, unfortunately, over reliant on screens and has minimal physical controls. Yet the displays are crisp and well organized with a stylish interference or with a stylish interface, making the Air easier to interact with than screen-heavy EVs from Tesla and Rivian. Oh, that shot out of them there. Driver and passengers enjoy high-quality environment with an interesting mix of materials from cloth to leather to genuine metal accents. Yeah, sure. The Lucid is yeah, the Lucid is something else. It may not be like fuck you money in terms of like what a Rivian is. At least no, is it Rivian? No, I think there's another manufacturer that's making like high performance or basically hyper EV hypercars. Basically, I don't think it's Rivian though. I think someone else. Can't remember the name. Now that's fuck you money though. But the fact that those EV hypercars actually look kind of cool is something else. Because it's like the main huge problem with most of these EVs is that they like they don't have to be super aerodynamically efficient for most cases, especially if you're talking about city people. Like if you're trying to design an EV for the common man, so not the Lucid Air, um, and you're trying to make it cheap, obviously you're gonna make a smaller powertrain, smaller package. You don't have to worry too much about the exterior. You can just kind of have fun with the exterior because most of the time those cars are probably being bought by people that live in the city where they're not going to be reaching insane speeds that would hinder its battery life over time. Um, so it's kind of annoying that a lot of EVs have this issue where they kind of tend to look very samey, very blobbish, and they there's no definition, there's no distinction. It's all too smooth. Need some lines. You need some lines. Which is probably why the Lucid Air is probably in this list because it is more distinctive than the other EVs. That is not an EV hypercar. You need to remember that. Rimac. There you go. Rimac is the name. Rimac is the name. I remember now. Rimac is the EV hypercar maker, and they make insane cars. But of course, you need that level of fuck you money in order to buy one. Mercedes-Benz E450. The new chassis E. Yep, W14. The E450 wraps its occupants in a warm, luxurious embrace and delivers them to their destination feeling better than when they left. That should be the goal of a luxury sedan, and the E450 does it better than its competition. This is the first time we've had an E class on our 10 best list. Its predecessor won an award in 2018 and 2019, but This is the first time a new W214 generation car has received the honor. We're limiting the award to the 450 model though, since we didn't have an E350 for 10 best testing. Okay, that's fair. The E450 is refined, offering a comfortable ride and hushed cabin at highway speeds. The inline 6 is smooth, it's powerful, sounds terrific, and is always at the ready to deliver sports car-like acceleration. On our test track, the E450 sailed up to 60 miles per hour in 4.4 seconds and completed the quarter mile in 13.0 at 109 miles per hour. The how to because I've gotten to sit and I've gone to drive in many Mercedes cars in my past, including the 214 as most recent. The 214 generation, along with the straight six, is interesting. When the car works, it's fantastic, but it's so easy for something to not work, and that is the issue. Especially the straight six. The straight six, especially because of it is also known to be the same engine that is found in the AMG GT, the four door. It is known for heat soak, a lot of heating issues, and it will burn and destroy and dry out your cables, basically resulting in uh you know no start issues. So the wiring harness for the straight six ends up becoming a consumable, as far as I'm concerned. Maybe they've released a new fix for it. I haven't really checked. Like if they've made a new wiring harness that is suitable for that type of application, being a turbocharged inline six, and it's also the fact that it doesn't. It's also a hybrid unit as well, so there's that. So that adds to complications. But as far as performance and comfort, um, it feels pretty illegal on how good it can be. So it's more so a matter of how short-lived that experience is. Not that there's anything wrong with these cars themselves. They just need to figure out how to not make these cars like rumble. Porsche and Boxster Cayman. If there's a platonic ideal for the 10 best winner, this is it. The Porsche Boxster and Cayman. Coupe or convertible. 4 or 6, manual or PDK. There are no bad choices in this lineup. Personally, if you were to ask me, I would have it as Cayman, which is the coupe, with the 4-cylinder manual. Yeah, the GT4 engine is nice and all, but my god, that price, holy hell. That's too much for a flat six. I mean, you can say what you want, it's a dry sump engine, it's fairly advanced. It's Porsche. People that make race cars, they just sometimes make commuter cars. But they're largely an engineering company that makes race cars. But this is where I would rather be modest. One, it's a mid-engine car, and there's a good and bad to it, right? When you're dealing with a mid-engine layout, one of the most notorious characteristics of a mid-engine layout is how easy these chassis can snap oversteer. It's really good on the track because it helps you point the nose of the car wherever you want if you're good at inducing oversteer on your turns. So from that perspective, cool. But that also means that this car is literally a skill check. If you are not on it, some of these cars will kill you. It's even worse with Porsche's older 911 designs, because now we know, because like what the the current, yeah, they're all, are they mid-engine now? No, hold on, because they should still be rear engine, like over the axle. Let's see, 992, I believe. 992.2 engine layout. Oh, you're typing out with one hand. My bad. I guess we'll go to Wiki. We'll go to Wiki real quick. Why is it so ugly? Can I zoom out, please? Thank you. Yeah, to this day, they're still rear engine, rear wheel drive. So that weight's even worse. Yeah, I figured as much. Yeah, the Cayman and Boxster, they're mid-engine cars, and the 911 has the engine on more so on the opposite end of the axle, so it's rear engine completely. There were a reason why they were called Widowmakers, especially a peculiar generation of the 911. And that's you know, clearly a massive skill check type car. You really have to be on it. Let me see. Sure, a 718 Cayman GTS 4.0 manual might be our favorite child, but no options. But a no options 718 Cayman, the least expensive entry point lineup is about $75,000. It's a thrilling machine, exciting, beautiful, and rare. The word exotic might apply if it weren't saddled with the pejorative baggage, because Porsche's fraternal twins aren't temperamental or unlivable. Quite the opposite. Go look for used ones and you'll find plenty of six-figure odometer readings. Throw throw the top down on a Boxster, and your 15-minute Sunday coffee runs have a way of turning into a 2-hour back road adventure. So that's that right there. That's the fun part. You have to go do something, um, like an errand, but your car is just the road conditions are right, and you actually enjoy the car you drive. Hell, sometimes maybe the car is just serviceable, but when you combine it with like the right ambiance, so whether it's like really really nice breezy morning, or maybe you just have the correct playlist ready for the perfect mood. Shit, that 15-minute coffee run really does turn into a 2-hour adventure for sure, especially through the highways. Um, Good times, especially with me and my boat. Like I would do this a lot. Like I used to purposely go to very far away destinations just to have an excuse to drive. All right, we got the BRZ and 86 twins. While sports cars tend to be prohibitively pricey as well as impractical, the Subaru BRZ and Toyota GR86 defy convention. Starting at 32,000 and 31,000 respectively, the two attainably priced coupes combine Mazda MX-5 Miata rivaling driving dynamics in a pair of vestigial rear seats and a sizable cargo hold capable of carrying 3 carry-on sized suitcases. The versatility gives these two sport coupes the ability to take on a daily driving duties with minimal compromise. Mostly through its Mostly, though, it's the driving experience of this duo that lands them on our 10 best car list for the fourth year in a row. And what an experience it is! With rear-wheel drive and standard 6-speed manual transmission, the light and Leaf. Is it Leaf? Life. Light and Life. Oh, what? I can't. Reading is hard. They say reading is fundamental, but god damn it, it is hard. BRZ and GR86 make every moment on the move an utter delight. Even steady state cruising is a relative pleasure, courtesy of the car's surprisingly comfortable ride and standard adaptive cruise control. Fuck cruise control. All my homies hate cruise control. But then again, I live in an area where cruise control is suboptimal because someone's always doing something stupid, so you always need to be at the ready. So, if you don't want to end up on the side of the road with someone else on top of your hood, or another car on top of your hood, don't drive in cruise control. Always be ready. Stay strapped, fellas. Stay strapped. Of course, the Model 3. None of us expected to be charmed by the updated 2024 Model 3 long range that arrived at our 10 best competition this year. The car looked mostly like it did when it was introduced 8 years ago, and our long-term experience with the 2019 version was less than stellar. We didn't expect any earth-shaking upgrades, and there weren't any, but this later version has comprehensive enhancements in every area. For example, the battery has grown in capacity from 75 to 82 kilowatt hours. The electric motor driving the rear wheels has picked up 81 ponies for a total of 302. These improvements increased the EPA range from 311 to 363 and shaved about half a second from both the 0 to 60 and quarter mile times. Pretty interesting. So, Model 3 being the way it is. Yeah, these cars don't change much. They don't do like face refreshes. They haven't needed to. They have a style that's you know, unapologetically Tesla, which is why they've probably been so easy to hunt down and bully people for. Um, but I would like to actually watch a video on that because that does bring us to a very important topic about some of these people. Bladed Angel released a video yesterday, right? About the Tesla situation. I'm guessing he says that it's getting crazier, so I'm assuming he's been covering it before. We'll close these. But Bladed Angel is a YouTuber that's pretty good for a lot of stuff. Let's see here.
So the past couple of weeks just got even crazier for Tesla, from Mark Rober's full self-driving showcase against LiDAR and the controversy it sparked, to people committing vandalism against Tesla owners now finally getting arrested, to Jeremy Clarkson claiming victory over decades-long beef, and a new wave of Cybertruck recalls. This Tesla situation is growing over decades-long beef.
Jeremy Clark taunts idiot Elon Musk over Tesla vandalism. What makes it so juicy is that he's being pecked to death by the very people who put him in the pedestal in the first place, the eco hippies. Okay, so I don't think Jeremy has anything wrong with the EV thing, but I think he probably also doesn't feel the same way. He probably feels the same way as I do, where the bureaucracy of the EVs is very disturbing. And Elon was basically one of the progenitors of this type of movement that riled and radicalized all these people to hate cars, and especially the internal combustion engine, and just an overall gross misunderstanding of the idea of climate change. Because like the whole environmentalism aspect isn't exactly that's bad on its own, but the way that it's being used is being used more so for optics and brownie points rather than something that people actually actively care for. Because like I've said this before on record, where people are more concerned with right now destroying and bullying Elon Musk and his that other people, innocent people, have no choice but to either give back their Teslas or face scrutiny by the other people that once supported Tesla. And I'm pretty certain that there are other people that may have hated the brand Tesla and are probably getting in on it. So that to me doesn't surprise me. There will always be bad actors, but to how many is the extent of these people, who is to say? But you know, the destruction of like a lot of these electric vehicles is like, bro, like you just ruined like a perfectly good usable car that didn't have to be destroyed. It doesn't have to be set on fire. It could have been sold, and you know, maybe someone would have like, you know, just had a good time with the car, didn't have to go sell it off like every 5 years because of like consumerism practices and stuff like this. Or you know, it could have been passed down to like their children, etc. So you know, part of the whole thing of like being eco-friendly is the whole purpose of reduce, reuse, recycle, right? So right now the major problem with EVs is that they're pretty hard to reuse because the batteries usually are degrading by the time they're given to a second owner, and they cost a lot, and they cannot be recycled. Really tough situation when it comes to environmentalism with current generation battery technology, and this whole thing of like getting like the US to like not just the US but also like the UN as a whole, like countries under the UN banner, were to prohibit themselves from using ICE engines by 2035, to which many engineers, especially the German ones, like, we're not gonna make that in time, right? But either way, I think I've prattled on long enough. I'm pretty certain that I think me and Jeremy Clarkson probably have like the same views, where we don't really care about what Elon Musk is doing, so much so is the bureaucracy that surrounds the movement that he basically kickstarted.
And a new wave of Cybertruck recalls. This Tesla situation is growing into quite the wild saga.
Yes, it is. The amount of recalls, yeah, this truck does have an insane amount of recalls.
So as if the plummeting stock situation wasn't already bad enough, Tesla just got hit with one of its biggest wave of recalls ever. Tesla is recalling over 46,000 Cybertrucks, basically almost all of them made so far, for a loose steel panel on each side of the windshield, having a potential risk of detachment, which
I said that in my other video too, in my other stream, where some of these panel gaps don't look like they're on correctly. So if they end up getting detached, then someone's having like a clean sheet of metal flying at them on the highway can cause some major problems. I remember saying this. I said this.
Of course is dangerous to other road occupants if it were to detach.
There is a huge issue going around right now where these pieces on the Cybertrucks are literally just completely falling off. And I've had a lot of people tell me I don't know what I'm talking about.
We all know he's right now. It's February, yeah, about a month ago. Wait, it's April now. Almost 2 months ago. Damn. I know he's feeling real good.
To any
right
of my
about now.
viewers in Europe or United Kingdom, you should count every single blessing that you don't have to deal with the driving death machine that is the Cybertruck. Whenever I see one of these on public roads, I'm moving all the way to the right lane. I'm not taking any chances being put 6 feet under because it had a steel panel detach and pierce my windshield. The sad part is
there
this
you
is
go. See, Bladed Angel gets it. Ironically. Bladed Angel.
wasn't even like the first, second, or even third time the Cybertruck had a recall. From the rust it had day one to the accelerator pedal getting stuck to windshield wipers not working. Some of these aren't even minor issues, they can cause major safety concerns, and remember, this is on a supposed high-end car. There are so many more reliable and higher quality vehicles that you can buy for the price of a Cybertruck, and it seems that even Cybertruck owners are realizing this since its price is plummeting so fast that many of them are dashing to sell them before they end up upside down on their car loan with a repo man knocking on their door. Can you believe people used to fanboy and defend all the copes surrounding the Cybertruck being a quality product a few months ago, even after we saw that its glass wasn't as durable as promised, or that its trunk could dismember fingers, or that its literal shape poses a pedestrian crash safety risk and thus is banned in many countries across the world?
Oh, bro. Okay, yeah, he brought up Whistling Diesel. But so I don't have to mention, but he's probably gonna mention after this. But I've been such an anti about the Cybertruck. It's insane. I've never, well, to begin with, I've just never been a fan of Tesla. But besides that, the all the promises and all the things that the Cybertruck represents are basically the reason why NHTSA exists as an entity. This thing is all the wrong things that should be on the road. But for some reason, NHTSA decided to let them continue. So we wonder how much they got lobbied for that. But that's a conspiracy for a different day.
We also had people like Whistling Diesel showing that the Tesla couldn't really tow all that much relative to its weight, cost, and power. Seriously, you would just be better off just buying a used Ford truck for work than deal with this low polygon looking at.
Jeez. Man. The fact that it's an aluminum chassis is interesting, but not for this application. Like an aluminum chassis, I'm thinking race car stuff, not a truck. But if it would have been a steel chassis, then we know that this thing would have exceeded 1 ton on the road, and it definitely would have like caused road destruction concerns, you know, and tires. There's no way in hell normal tires would be able to handle the weight of this truck. So the weight savings had to come from somewhere, and sadly, that weight savings came at the expense of the truck's rigidity.
And let's be completely honest here, who is actually buying the Cybertruck as a work truck? It's usually just a Silicon Valley tech bro cosplaying as a blue collar guy, as he adds a couple 2x4s from Home Depot into their truck bed once a year and claim that they're 140 grand.
I'm trying to sell my Tesla Cybertruck for 140,000, but I don't know why people keep getting mad. A Cybertruck owner, Martin, was surprised to learn how angry people got after he posted his vehicle for sale for 140K. Martin faced a barrage of insults for trying to sell his cyber beast at this price. Looks at cyber beast. Cyber beast, yeah, sure.
And purchase was totally justified and necessary. Also, to reiterate, I have no horse in Team Red versus Team Blue politically. I am just a car guy who likes cars that have soul and make rumble, vroom, vroom. Something.
Sounds like to me he's gonna get into the political stuff. But yes, I believe you, Bladed. It's okay. You don't have to lean either left or right. You do keep doing you. That's why we love you.
That Teslas aren't exactly known for doing. My friend group is politically diverse, and funnily enough, even right-leaning car guys I see at car meets still hate Elon and still are laughing at his downfall. It's extremely common for car enthusiasts and Tesla owners to not see eye to eye. This has been a thing for well over a decade and has nothing to do with politics.
This right here. Like, I've been a Tesla hater before it was cool. Fuck you guys.
I will continue to stand by my main criticisms of Tesla from a perspective of a car enthusiast, being that they're overhyped, they're overpriced, the quality isn't that great for said price, and market competition is growing. Now I will get into one L take I had from last video as we roll into the Mark Rober situation. So I'm not gonna act like some genius savant because I 100% fell for Mark Rober's video at first, and thankfully my super duper laziness of uploading a bit slower than I should made it where I didn't mention it in the previous video, so I actually had time to watch people who exposed or dived through the controversy, and admittedly I'm no self-driving expert, so I learned a lot researching from what other people have been showcasing on the internet.
We then ran the test using Full Self-Driving version 13.2.8.
Yeah.
Full Self-Driving visualizes the wall and does not crash.
And I'm not someone who originally knew the distinction between Teslas or many other companies' self-driving modes, be it LiDAR, camera-driven, be it autopilot or FSD. I'm not in the minority for this misunderstanding, as even Mark Rober himself stated that he more or less thought FSD and autopilot were interchangeable.
And even Googling it, seeing what they determine as autopilot, and my understanding is that the sensor is not different, whether it's full self-driving or autopilot. Knowing if that's a wall or not, that doesn't change. So I think I'd be happy to rerun the experiment in full self-driving. I'm pretty confident it wouldn't be a different result. So to me, it was a distinction without a difference.
Full self-driving visualizes the wall and does not crash.
The controversy sparked by Mark Rober has made me reflect on the accuracy of clips I showed in my previous video when I critiqued Tesla's self-driving, and whether or not those testers were actually using autopilot instead of FSD, or whether or not they even knew the differences between the two modes. Therefore, I'm going to be a little bit more skeptical going forward in the future when seeing those sensationalist clips or articles claiming FSD failed yet another thing. Of course, it doesn't change the fact that it still needs someone to ultimately supervise it, and the form of FSD that he's been promising since 2016 is still not actually consumer ready even 10 years later, being like a full-blown robotaxi that can 100% do everything, because again, it's still something you should be supervising at the end of the day. So I still stand by to some extent that people have reasonable criticisms for him not delivering in a timely manner regarding FSD, but actually critiquing FSD and its capabilities, I do think some of those videos are now overblown. I'm not the biggest fan of supporting false narratives, but you know what is not a false narrative?
Before he gets into that, so I already know. I've seen this video before. This is the one where this dude just fucking straight up rams into a fucking Cybertruck. But okay. So here's the thing: when it comes to full self-driving, right? Full self-driving will never be an actual thing until we get more cars that are a part of the overall network of other cars that can communicate to themselves. You know how in the movie I, Robot, yeah, that old movie from long time ago, starring, Will Smith? Yeah, that one. There are many scenes in which all the cars seem to be allowed to perform full self-driving, and actually, self-driving might be the default in that future that is depicted in iRobot. Because as you remember, one of the action scenes where Dr. Spooner had to fend off against two trucks filled with robots that wanted to kill him in the highway. He had to override the car to go into manual, and the car was trying to alert him, saying that this street is a manual prohibited zone, and it can log it as well, showing that to people who were to, I guess, do a police report on your car's history, it can tell people who are looking at the information that yes, the owner did in fact go into manual drive mode instead of letting full self-driving operate by itself. Very interesting when you think about it. But my point is this: you can't have full self-driving in a world where cars with OBD1 are still running around, just chilling and just existing, and they're still road legal, and you still have the interaction and chance for human error. Now, would that be liable on the person who, in this hypothetical future, would you place that on the driver who doesn't have the full self-driving capability? Or would, in this hypothetical future, would any of these cars that are not allowed or that cannot connect to a internet or like a network, would they be just banned, period? So like, for example, my Challenger cannot be updated over air. It's a very analog vehicle, no real advancements. If I wanted to do an update to the Uconnect software, I have to basically bring it to the dealer and let them deal with it. But, and maybe in this distant future, because even though it's a 2020 vehicle, would it be allowed to be on the roads and join other cars that have full self-driving? Probably not, because you don't want that chance to happen, where a human can interfere with other cars that are working autonomously. And would I want that future? As a car guy, you probably already know the answer. No.
The very real punishments that Tesla vandals are receiving, be it bubble.
This is one of the best things that Tesla could have done to help their owners when it comes to filing claims and putting charges. Is all these vehicles do have built-in cameras, and it seems to be like something that these people think that they can just get away with. They're not wearing masks. Though some of them did wear masks, but many of them don't. Woman faces felony for Tesla bubblegum vandalism, cop says. In Aventura, FLA's Aventura, Florida. No way! Oh man. People say that they've identified an arrested suspect who vandalized a Tesla with bubblegum at Aventura Mall. Oh, that's funny. That's very close to where I got my Challenger, actually. That's funny. But either way, yeah, these are people that are bored and have nothing to do, and they just want to be mad at something. And it's very easy to be mad at anybody that owns a Tesla right now, despite not having direct consequences to Elon Musk. So Yamiris Marrero, 45 of Hollandale Beach, is now facing a felony criminal mischief charge because, according to police, the large wad of gum cost $2,623.66 in damage to the electric car's door handle mechanism. You know what? Good. You shouldn't be fucking with people's cars like that. Period. Whether you like them people or not, whether you think they deserve to die or not, these are just your opinions, man.
Gum, key marks, or even arson, many of these vandals are being arrested across the world for losing the plot. Peaceful protests against dealerships and against the company Tesla is absolutely valid, and you absolutely should be heard and express your
like this type of shit. Yeah, you can do that, but as long as you're not rioting, breaking the fucking dealers' windows, threatening the staff, etc. You know, you can just do your protests, just stand outside it, state your cause, but there's no reason to be trying to throw rocks, light things on fire, harm innocent workers that are just trying to make their money, make their bread. They're trying to support people too. Just like how people are upset that many government workers got laid on their asses because they quote unquote have people to feed. You know, these Tesla owners are also trying to do the same thing. They work for a private business and they're trying to do what they need to do to either progress their careers or provide for themselves, usually both.
Freedom of speech. It is a right you have the authority to exercise. However, going after random individuals who are just living their day, that's just smooth-brained behavior. What's even funnier is that it's mostly friendly fire, since most current Tesla owners are people who tend to politically align with those who are now upset at Elon Musk. Keep in mind, these are just individuals who likely bought the car just as an A to B device, who were just trying to clock in and get to work. They had no idea about the type of person.
This right here is the biggest thing. This decal that says, I bought this before Elon went crazy. You know how dangerous and destructive it is that you gotta tell yourself that, hey, I didn't know this was gonna happen to your own side, because you feel that your own side is gonna target your ass one day and wreck your car. Or even worse, threaten you somehow. It's possible. If they're crazy enough to want to destroy your car, they're probably crazy enough to follow you to your house with that car. I'm just throwing that out there.
Elon would become. While I'm still not a fan of Elon as a person, and I absolutely hate the cult-like worship that his fanboys and investors seem to have, I don't think that this dislike, much less hatred for him, should extend to employees and especially not customers of his product. Again, I'm a car guy, not a politician, but as a car guy, I will share to you a very important piece of car history to prove that I'm not a hypocrite and how some of these people might be hypocrites. Volkswagen.
Oh, he's bringing up the Nazi. That's true. They are a very successful car company, one of the most dominant car groups in the entire world. They did originate from a problematic movement back in the 1930s.
If you're a car enthusiast, you already know where I'm gonna go with this. Volkswagen was founded by a certain Austrian painter with a funny mustache who was known for doing quite egregious things during the Second World War. You might have heard of him in the history books or somewhere on Twitter about being a super duper authoritarian. The point is, don't interpret this as me saying, oh, so you're telling us that we need to also cancel VW. No, what I'm saying is that there comes a point, it's kind of like separating the art from the artist. That's like the closest analogy I can think of, and in this case, separating the consumers of.
At the same time, I understand what he's saying, but there's also a different other piece that people are trying to, that is basically like a Murphy's Law of sorts. You know, Murphy's Law dictates, but if a thing that can go wrong will go wrong, and this other is basically a literary plot device called Death of the Author. Death of the Author basically interprets that whatever that the author wrote doesn't exactly hold semblance to the person who's actually reading it. So like if people are interpreting like for example like the First Amendment, we know what the First Amendment reads as, but many people are trying to say that the damage that these people are inflicting on Tesla owners is part of their free speech. We're not talking about people who are holding protests outside Tesla dealers peacefully. They're not damaging property. They're not threatening workers. They're not committing arson. We're talking about those that are doing those things. Those people that are trying to misconstrue their violent acts as part of free speech. And that's an example of Death of the Author. They interpreted it that way when the rest of us know it's not.
the products from the creator of the products, all right? For the same reason I don't hold the average German or buyer of a Volkswagen in contempt over VW's very dark history, I also won't hold the average Tesla owner in contempt of Elon's stupidity. I'm not gonna fence straddle it. I want people to understand that nuance can exist. You absolutely can dislike the person behind the car company, but that doesn't mean I don't like Tesla owners. Apologies for my defensiveness, as I know 95% of you guys have functioning frontal lobes capable of processing nuance, but that 5% did get to me last video, I will admit. Anyways, what I really find crazy about these arrests are how most of them completely seem to forget that we live in 2025 where cameras are basically everywhere. Most Teslas actually have built-in security cameras, and this is a pretty common feature on a lot of modern cars. For example, my C7 Z06 also had a built-in dash cam as well. So a lot of these arrests actually happened within a few hours, as the owners would just submit the footage from their dash cam to the local police station, and most of these suspects didn't even attempt to conceal their identity because, I don't know, I guess they somehow think that they could just get away with it and never ever have to face the repercussions and consequences of their actions by damaging someone else's personal belongings. As for setting them on fire, this is just needlessly destructive, as EVs when set on fire are some of the hardest things to put out. If you really love the environment, setting an EV on fire is not something you should ever think about doing.
That's what I'm saying. Like, all of this is either very performative jargon or a lot of people that are bad actors are at work. Because we did have the whole conspiracy where people are getting supposedly paid out by certain, I guess, bureaucrats to perform protests and stuff like this. So it's very plausible to me that people who really have it out for EVs or Elon Musk as what he used to represent probably still don't align with who Elon Musk is currently. So in other words, what I'm hinting at is potentially far right movement to be under the disguise of far left extremists to light these cars on fire because screw EVs, and it's the perfect chance to do so because most of these leftist people are on their side. Like they might be like, oh, that kind of sucks, but you know, screw Elon anyway, so it's good that it happened, etc. And it's sad, it sucks, because this is going to set back like the environmental movement pretty far back. And I have my own methods and ideologies behind environmentalism as a whole, and too long didn't read. I've said this before, we private citizens are not the reasons why emissions and environmental damage is the way it is. Majority of us has no result or bearing on atmosphere. It's not the private sector. Now you can get on those private sectors, you know, behind when it comes to littering and trash and all that stuff, like dumping plastic at beaches and stuff like that. Yes, you totally can. That's mainly us. But when it comes to emissions, pollution, that's not us. That's not the private citizens. But I digress.
Also, it's a horrendous use of public resources since hardworking firefighters and fire departments, which are already pretty stringent in this day and age, have to really spend lots of time and lots of resources to put out an EV fire. I definitely do not take back the disclaimer I made last video. People should have just stuck to peaceful protests. Look, I'm not your mom, but at the end of the day, there are laws and there are criminal actions and society has consequences. This isn't Twitter.
I am walking on water now.
Finally, the last thing I want to talk about in this video is a little bit of beef, a decades-long wound between Jeremy Clarkson and Elon Musk, and it was temporarily reopened by mainstream media as Jeremy would brag about his victory over Elon Musk in the
There's victory over Elon Musk 17 years after Tesla boss sued him. Ah, that's why.
foolish lawsuit that Elon Musk gave against Top Gear all the way back in 2008 regarding the original Tesla Roadster. To Musk's credit, he did rescind the lawsuit in 2013, so he gave up on pursuing it any further.
Well, Jeremy Clarkson probably still felt like it was a spit on his face, you know? It's a damage to the pride.
stating that Jeremy Clarkson probably wasn't going to like his car regardless of what he possibly could have done. I'll just show a clip of what I mean.
Gear or anything. He can be very funny and irreverent, but he does have a strong bias against electric cars, and he particularly seems to hate American. Like his two pet peeves are American cars and electric cars, and we're an American electric car, so we're
So 4
we're
times
in the
debuff.
worst possible situation for someone like Clarkson.
Now, despite saying that he likes Top Gear and BBC, this kind of shows that he didn't really actually watch the show that much, because saying that Jeremy Clarkson doesn't like American cars,
It is kind of foolish thing to say, yes. Because he's also said good, if I remember correctly, he did say good things about the Viper. At least a long time ago. We could probably watch that next.
is completely ignoring the fact that he has owned a 2005 Ford GT, an American car. He also delights in driving basically every single Mustang that's been on the show, which are American cars. And who could forget, he really
This one. I haven't watched this yet. But I know that he has fond opinions of the Viper.
loves the Viper for all of its psychotic glory. And to be fair, that's like that one weird American car that's universally loved by everyone.
You can't hate the Viper, bro. You just can't. It's not allowed.
Even super diehard JDM fanboys still love the Viper. Now, of course, yes, he doesn't love all American cars. He's been pretty harsh on the Corvette, but as a Corvette owner myself, I understand that he.
In all truth, Clarkson is a bit brutal, but he is honest. He may not like the Z06 as much as the base Stingray, but his complaints are acknowledged clearly and accurately. It's hard to ask for much more than that in a review. There you go.
He's a person who's allowed to have his own opinions, but for the most part, he's actually been pretty soft on American automobiles. Now, of course, that wasn't the only thing that upset Musk. The actual thing that actually upset him is that there's some rumors as to whether or not Top Gear intentionally sabotaged the Tesla that was featured in that episode. And this time, I'm not going to walk into the landmine of a situation that this could potentially be.
Probably
I
not a
was
good
not
idea.
nearly educated enough to speak on FSD last video, and even someone as smart as Mark Rober still kind of walked into that landmine regarding that topic, so I'm not even gonna
Yeah, and this is a topic that has happened, that's occurred more than 10 years ago. I don't think it's wise.
pretend
idea.
like I have any insight on whether or not the Tesla Roadster was actually sabotaged. I don't have any insider information regarding Top Gear in their studio, and I also don't work for Tesla, so I have no idea how the car should have functioned. I understand how this could be frustrating for both parties. Not gonna open up that can of worms. You guys are all adults who can come to your own conclusions based on the information given. What I will say though is that the original Tesla Roadster was actually one of the prettiest Teslas ever made, and it actually was a decent performing car. And of course,
Well, that's because it's built on the underpinnings of a fucking Lotus. Come on, man.
was actually ahead of its time. I very much still look forward to the day that Tesla gets around to making another Tesla Roadster that they've been promising for 6 years now. We're all just kind of twiddling our thumbs because Rimac, BYD, and NIO are
I did speak about Rimac. I did say they were freaking cool. Look at this.
6 years now. We're all just kind of twiddling our thumbs because Rimac
Look at that. That looks cool. The Navara is great. That these are what like super EVs should be like, or EV hypercars. Full of style, not too concerned about aerodynamic efficiency, but they still have performance.
BYD, and NIO are dominating this.
Neo EP9 beat its own Nürburgring Nordschleife lap record by 19.2. Damn!
Supercar, hypercar, EV market.
Blistering 6 minutes and 45.9 seconds. Jeez. That's insane. Absolutely insane.
All we have for the Tesla Roadster, meanwhile, is just a few tweets here and there.
1.1 seconds 0 to 60 is insane. Is it true? Yes, with the SpaceX rocket thruster option package, it will be safe, but very intense. Probably not wise for those with a medical condition, same as a hardcore roller coaster. Oh man. Yeah, no.
Reminding us of its promised capability again 6 years ago, and it has yet to make a production model that's actually sold to customers, whereas the above cars I just mentioned are actually produced, bought by customers, driven around, and so on and so forth. I'm not going to go too much more into detail about that. I talked a lot about the Roadster and BYD and all the competition in last video, so if you want to check out the previous video, I highly recommend you watch it if you haven't already. But for my sanity's sake, I pray that I will never have to make another Tesla video. Anyways, to all of those who appreciated these Tesla updates from the perspective of a car enthusiast, make sure to like this video if you liked it and share it to your Tesla coworkers, since if I'm gonna deal with them in the comment sections anyways, I may as well get the CPM out of it. And of course,
well, yes, that was Bladed Angel on his video, the Tesla situation getting crazier. That was nuts. There's a lot of things going on with that, bro. But yeah. So enough of the EV stuff. How about we listen to something cool? I found this video of the 787B on the street, and I thought it would be cool to see some of it. But before, yeah, we'll get onto it. Look at this. You know he's short shifting. They ain't revving it out. Who's he behind? Is it? What UFC car is he behind? Oh no, it's just another 787B. Okay. Probably like the earlier model. The one before this livery. But this is the livery, the 787B livery. Orange, green, and black. Bro, I wonder how it feels like inside a car like that on normal streets. It probably feels like crap. You know, these are completely imperfect roads. So I wonder if they legit gotta dodge like any sizable crack that they see on the road. That's cute. See? Yeah. He's moving around, probably trying to avoid big. Oh, I felt that. That's rough. You probably could have heard that thud too. Yeah, it's a very stiff car, dude. It probably feels like crap inside. You could probably like fucking vibrate your teeth off, man. I want to be inside it now. Yeah, we got a higher rev than usual. That was nice. I know for a lot of these kids, it's probably a core memory right here, bro. You see a few kids there just seeing this weird ass low slung car just trying not to jitter itself to death, making angry honeybee noises. Oh, that's crazy. You got quite a lot of other UFC cars. Oh, that's Nissan. Looks like a road rally. That F1 needs a starter, bro. That's crazy, dude. Look at all these people. So intense. You can feel like as if the car's like bouncing into the air as it goes over some of these bumps, bro. I wonder how the F1's doing behind it. Group C Road Rally? I wonder what is this, bro? Now where can I go see one? I wonder if this thing is just still in like first gear. Because you know, like in like Gran Turismo, like all the Gucci cars, they have like an extremely long first gear. Machines. I wonder what other machines are on this grid, because there was quite a few that we saw. Yeah, we hear the cars revving. Just chilling, keeping it at speed, getting some revs. Is that a Toyota 7? Or is it just the same chassis as the Toyota 7? Or am I thinking of the 7? Or is it the Toyota? Is it Toyota 7? Now I gotta look it up after this video. Other race cars over here. It's just parking time, I guess. Yep. Yo, there's an R31 up ahead. It's pretty cool. And that's a Ford over there. The Cosworth. That's crazy. That's crazy. Hold on, let me see. It looked the chassis, the yellow car chassis looked like the Toyota. Is it Toyota 7? No, Toyota 1, I think. Race car? No, GT1. Yeah, I think it's the Toyota 7, I think. It looks like this. I wonder if it was a different livery or something. Or maybe, yeah, the constructor, Toyota and Yamaha for Group 7. That's why it's called the Toyota 7. Go figure. Designers Jiro Kawano. See chassis. Fiberglass body, aluminum monocoque, 415S. A steel pipe space frame, 474S. These are the aluminum, the types of metal codes. No, it's not a shared chassis. It's a unique chassis. So I think that had to have been like the Toyota 7 or very similar to it. Let's see. The Toyota 7 was a series of racing cars developed by Toyota Motor Company in cooperation with the Yamaha Motor Corporation, designed primarily for use in FIA Group 7 competition. It was Toyota's first purpose-built racing car project. And what a project it was. If I remember correctly, it ended in disaster. The first iteration of the Toyota 7, known as the internal code 415S, began development in the second quarter of 1967. Jiro Kawano, the head of Toyota Motorsports activities and lead engineer of the 2000 GT. So, okay, got something pretty big on his resume, you know. 2000 GT, you know, basically the granddaddy of the Supra, eventually. In terms of, you know, straight six, rear-wheel drive, two-door coupe. Once again, collaborated with Yamaha to develop and construct the Toyota 7. Yamaha constructed the 415S aluminum monocoque chassis. The initial bodywork was similar to the other Group 7 cars. So yeah, they all look the same, I guess. But the one that we saw in the video probably wasn't the Toyota 7. Group 7 Motorsport. Yeah, they all looked something like this. The two-seater race cars. From 1976, the FIA used Group 7 designation for international Formula racing cars. The new Group 7 encompassed international Formulae, NOS 1, 2, and 3, better known as Formula 1, 2, and 3 respectively, and remained current through 1981. Roche Apparel, two-seater race cars from 1966 to 1975. The fact that we were getting like cars that were almost breaking 1,000 horsepower as early as the 60s is insane. Let me see the Toyota specs. It had a few different engines throughout its life. I think the one that's the most representative in Gran Turismo is the twin turbo V8. 4,986 cc, 91E, dual overhead cams. Yeah, you talking dual overhead cams. That was race car technology back in the day. You didn't see that in normal street cars. No, sir. '90-degree V8, double overhead cam, 2 valves, 61E/4 valves, 7090 per cylinder, naturally aspirated. It had quite a few different engines throughout its life. but I guess very few different transmissions. They had a ZF, a Hewland, an Aisin, 5-speed manual. I guess they were all 5 speeds, but I guess depending on the motor, you know, different chassis. Because I think these are chassis codes. No? Yeah, Aisin, the 578A chassis. The Hewland 474S. The steel pipe space frame for the 74S had the Hewland. And the ZF 415S, or is there a typo here? I'm not sure. The 415S weighed 800 kilograms, the 474S weighed 720 kilograms, and the 578 weighed 620 kilograms. These are all extremely lightweight cars. We can do the heaviest one, which is KG2 pounds, 800 kilograms. Compared to Freedom units, 1,700 pounds. The only thing stating its output, I guess we'll have to read. The first iteration of the Toyota 7, known by the internal code 415S, began development in the second quarter of 1967. Jiro Kawano, the head of Toyota's motorsports activities and lead engineer of the 2000 GT, once again collaborated with Yamaha to develop and construct the Toyota 7. Yamaha constructed the 415S aluminum monocoque chassis, the initial bodywork that was similar to other Group 7 cars, with an open two-seater cockpit, large intakes behind the doors. Exhaust pipes were placed directly on top of the engine, exiting straight off the tail of the car, mimicking the exhaust layout of a Ford Indy V8. A similar roll hoop protected the a simple roll hoop protected the driver. Toyota designed the new aluminum block V8 engine. Damn, aluminum block back in the 60s. Because yes, it was a 1970s car, but it was being designed in the late 60s. See, Toyota designed a new aluminum block V8 engine, the 3-liter 61E. So the 61s and whatever numbers I was reading were engine codes. Yeah, so these are engine codes. Okay. The engine designation. This engine was capable of producing up to 224 kilowatts or 300 horsepower or 304 Friedrichstärke, thanks to the addition of the dual overhead cam design, over 4 valves per cylinder, thanks to the amendment in the FIA sporting regulations for 1968. Toyota 3-liter engine would also be eligible to compete in an FIA International Championship for MACE under the Group 6 sports prototype regulations. Cool. The first 415S chassis was completed in January and made its testing debut on February 3rd, 1968 at Suzuka Circuit. Testing then moved to Fuji Speedway on 4th of March. Yeah, I think that sounds better. At least the way that it's still in line with how they wanted us, Americans to read it. This whole European date thingies, just something I have to internalize or convert. So 3rd of February 1968 at Suzuka Circuit. Testing moved to Fuji Speedway on the 4th of March, while the 61E power plant was being completed. So the main engine they wanted to use was Oh. Testing the move to Fuji Speedway on the 4th of March while the 61E power plant was being completed. The 415S tested with the 2-liter 6-cylinder 3M engine from the 2000 GT. That was a straight 6, right? And this is a mid-engine car. How do they fit that thing? During testing, it was discovered that the rivets holding the 415S monocoque structure together would start to loosen under lateral load, compromising the car's rigidity. More reinforcement structures were added in response, resulting in the cars being much heavier than its initial 680 kilogram figure. Testing continued through April as Team Toyota carried out race simulations, and Yamaha purchased a Ford GT40 as a reference vehicle. Yeah, baby. Get that American, well, technically, yeah, American V8, but the chassis is European, British specifically. Thank you, Lola Cars, because they made some good looking chassis. Too bad they never made it as production cars. Let's see. Testing continued through April as Team Toyota carried out race simulations, and Yamaha purchased a Ford GT40 as reference vehicle. Yeah. The 1968 Japan Grand Prix. 415Ss made their debut at the 1968 Japan Grand Prix car race at Fuji Speedway. Excuse me. For drivers Shihomi Hosoya, red number 1, Sachio Fukuzawa, green number 2, Hiroshi Fushida, white number 3, Yoshio Otsubo, cream color number 5. The 61E engine in the 415S proved to be much less powerful than the Chevrolet small block V8 engines, powering their main rivals. Bro, GM was cooking at this time. Just big V8. Send it. Like the small blocks. What was it, like the 343 and 345 designs? At least it was, I think it was 343 cubic inches. But either way, those small blocks were ridiculous for the time, and they still are now. As we know, they still commonly use that engine configuration and size. It has only gotten better with time. The fact that, like, nowadays with modern stuff, that's still strangling the car, like these motors, like for example Dodge can pump out almost 300 horsepower but 400 foot-pounds of torque at its lowest configuration is pretty insane. And then when you get to some of its highest configurations naturally aspirated, making just under 500 horsepower, really good stuff. And then if you look at the configurations that GM has for their 5.7 liter engine, and you start to get a whole different picture. It's not even fair, because GM, unlike Dodge, can make an engine spin. So where were we? Yes. The Chevrolet small block V8 engines powering their main rivals, the new Nissan R381. Let me see this. This boy. Look at it. Looking like Speed Racer. Good times. See here. There's another car too. A Lola? An actual Lola car. So this isn't even a Ford GT. The T70. Look at that, bro. And unlike the other ones, this one came with headlights. So this thing was built for more than just specific condition racing, you know? It can only race during the night. No. Where the others can only race during the day, this one can also race at night. Too bad, this is in the Can-Am series. Too bad for Lola Motors. I believe Lola themselves went under. Lola Cars. Yeah, British manufacturer founded. It was a revival last year, so it was, but it did go down for a while. It was defunct. Go back. And the Lola T70s fielded by Taki Racing organization. The added weight from testing also meant that the car was much heavier than the 2-liter sports prototypes, including Taki's racing Porsches 910 and 906. Let's see. Oh, we can see him right there. Cute little car, almost looking like the Ferrari. Almost like the Ferrari race car. And the 906. It's a very bubbly shape. I guess they took the styling cues of a Lola car for this one. This has Lola written all over it. And the Nissan R380 Mark III, which was, I believe, a very important car because I believe this had one of the racing engines that they put in their Skylines. Yes, Prince entered their new S550 Skyline GTs and yep, that Skyline. This is that car. This is that boy. The R380 is a racing car built in 1965 by the Prince Motor Company to compete in Japanese Grand Prix. Following the merger of the Prince Motor Company and Nissan Motors in 1966, the R380 was modified into the Nissan R380 Mark II, also known as R380 Mark II. In 1964, yeah, this is the 2.0 liter that they put inside the race car. This was so important to them because they managed to whoop Porsche. And Porsche has been dominating the Japanese Grand Prix for some reason. So that was the birth of the legend that would eventually become the GTR. All right, Fukuzawa was the fastest Toyota in time trials, qualifying 6th with a lap of 1 minute and 56 seconds. His time, however, was 2 seconds slower than the 415S's fastest time from preseason testing, and over 5 seconds slower than the fastest time set by Kunimitsu Takahashi and his R381. In the race, Fuchida was running 6th when he suffered a puncture, while Otsubo was suffering from a lack of oil pressure. Ooh. After half distance, Fukuzawa was running in 2nd place, and Hosoya from let's see, where was I? However, Hosoya retired on lap 44 from an overheating issue. Fukuzawa suffered suspension and driveshaft failures on lap 59, completing through enough laps to classify 14th. Fuchida and Otsubo recovered from their early troubles to finish the race. Otsubo finished 8th, 5 laps down, and Fuchida finished 9th, 6 laps down. Although the 7s finished, they were well behind their main competitor, Nissan, who had not only 2 new R381s, 381s, but also 3 older R380s Mark III finish ahead of them in top 6, led by the R381s of race winner Moro Kitano. Taki's racing 2-liter Porsches led by runner-up Tetsuya Ikuzawa in 2nd, also finished ahead of Otsubo and Fuchida. The 415s continued racing endurance races and other domestic events. Hosoya scored the 415's first competition victory on the 30th of June at the All Japan Suzuka Auto Racing Tournament, leading a sweep of the top 4 positions, with Otsubo second, Mitsumasa Kanye, it would be Mitsumasa Kanye third, Fushida fourth. Fushida and Kanye won the second annual Fuji 1000 kilometer on the 21st July, and 2 weeks later, on the 4th of August, Osoya and Otsubo won the Suzuka 12-hour race in a 1-2 finish ahead of Fushida and Kanye. Fushida then won the second All Japan Suzuka Auto Racing Tournament on the 25th of August. The 23rd September, Fukuzawa and Fushida took a dominant victory on the third annual 1000 kilometer Suzuka. In 1968, the World Challenge Cup Fuji 200-mile race, the Invitational 200 mile or 320 kilometers, was held at Fuji on the 23rd of November. The inaugural World Challenge Cup Fuji 200-mile race, which became colloquially known as the Japan Can-Am race. Toyota entered 5 4-1 415Ss with newcomer Minoru Kawai. What a name, dude. What a name. I'm pretty sure the kanji is probably written differently, but just knowing that for a weeb like me, Kawai also means cute. It's just, I'm pretty sure he got some shit for it, for sure. So Minoru Kawai, number 35, joining Japan Grand Prix drivers Fushida, number 31, Fukuzawa, number 32, Otsubo, number 33, and Hosoya, number 34. The field featured several top drivers from the Can-Am series in America, as well as 2 Lola T70s entered by Taki Racing. While Peter Revson's Shelby American McLaren M6B Ford. What kind of car is this? What is this? Do we got a picture of it? We got a preview picture? Wow. Look at this. Very purpose built. Gotta love our wedges, man. We love our wedges here. Ford took the win after battling Mark Donohue's Sunoco Special McLaren Chevrolet. So I guess McLaren was the engine builder, and that's why they have McLaren in the name. Fukuzawa finished fourth as the highest ranked Japanese driver, earning some yen from the prize purse. Otsubo finished fifth, Hosoya finished sixth, Fushida eighth, Kawai ninth. And as all 5 Toyotas made it to the end of the race around Fuji's shorter 4.3 kilometer course, run counterclockwise. And so they ran the opposite direction. And this was like before they modified Fuji to what it is now. If people remember Fuji, old Fuji was a lot more rounder, so it was a much more insanely faster track. Pretty sure we can probably find the layout of Fuji. 6 hours of Fuji. This is how the course is now. Back in the day, this was slightly more rounded off. I think this was about the same. But this used to be completely round, and it would loop back up to the straight here. This track used to be insanely fast. But as we know, in modern days, with modern safety standards, they slowed this track down by a lot. Especially on this half. Makes the track more technical, yes. But it kind of killed the allure of, you know, just how insane these cars would enter in this corner and the top speeds that they could reach before going into turn 1. I wonder if they have the old layout. Fuji Speedway. That's the current from 2005 to now. The circuit was planned to hold NASCAR style races in Japan. See? So this meant that this was like a super speedway. The track was originally designed to be a 4-kilometer banked super speedway, but there was not enough money to complete the project, and only one banking was completed. Mitsubishi Estate invested in the circuit and took over the reins of management in October 1965. See, look at this. This is the more well-known layout over here. They didn't add this loop. The abandoned 30-degree bank of the old track. Man. Imagine if we still had this. No, not that we had this. If this was completed. That looks so insane. I mean, look at it. So crazy. Alright, get me out of here. Get me out of here, boss. We go back. Fuchida then won. Let's see, hold on. Let's go back. Let's backtrack a little bit. I remember where I was at. Yeah. The 415 has continued racing in endurance races and other domestic events. Hosoya scored on the 415S's first competition victory on the 30th of June at the All Japan Suzuka Auto Racing Tournament, leading a sweep of the top 4 positions, with Otsubo second, Mitsumasa Kanye third, Fushida fourth, and Fushida and Kanye won the second annual Fuji 1000 kilometer on the 25th of July. 2 weeks later, on the 4th of August, Hosoya and Otsubo won the Suzuka 12-hour race, and they want to finish ahead of Fushida and Kanye. Yeah, I remember this. Okay, I read this. Yes, we did. Yeah, damn. Why didn't I just look at that? I could have looked at that. Okay, so we got some Americans in Japan causing mayhem and like whooping the Japanese. Otsubo finished 5th, Hosoya 6th, Fushida 8th, Hawaii 9th, as all 5 Toyotas made it to the end of the race around Fuji's shorter 4.3 kilometer course run counterclockwise. As development for the new Toyota 7 continued into 1969, nice, Fushida won the Suzuka 300 kilometers on 19th January of that year. The 415's last competitive victory came at the All Japan Clubman race on Fuji on the 20th of April 1969. Nice. All 14 of the original Toyota 415S chassis were destroyed after the car was retired from racing. I don't know why they decided to just straight up destroy something that probably would have been super valuable today, especially as a record of history. So all we got is just this Wikipedia page and maybe some documents from Toyota's own internal side. And they probably have the original blueprints too. So maybe they could rebuild it if they wanted to. Maybe rebuild one just for show and display purposes. You know what it is. But anyway, we continue. Yeah, all 14 original chassis were destroyed. In 2007, Nautilus Sports Cars, a garage based in Sakura, Chiba Prefecture, produced a full-scale replica of the 415S. Okay, there it is. We knew it. Someone had to have done it. The project was overseen by Hosoya, and the replica vehicle was displayed at Toyota's Automotive Museum in Nagakute, Aichi Prefecture. In 2017, the replica 415S was displayed at the Auto Galleria Luce in Nagoya as a part of an exhibit to honor Fushida's racing career. That's nice. The new 7, the 474S. Development on new Toyota 7 began in May 1968. Immediately following Japan Grand Prix, the new Toyota 7 was referred to internally as the 474S, while the press material referred to it as the new 7. The first 474S chassis was completed in March 1968 and began testing with a 5.8-liter Chevy small block V8 engine installed. Let's go. We got the big American boy inside that Japanese chassis. That sounds like a great fun time. The aluminum monocoque chassis was discarded in favor of a steel pipe space frame similar to the Nissan R381. The bodywork was completely redesigned, initially as a closed cockpit body, but due to problems with visibility and weight, Toyota discarded the closed cockpit 474S in favor of a new open cockpit body shaped similar to a large broad wedge for increased front downforce. At the rear of the car, the exhaust pipes were placed within the bodywork, while the intake scoop was mounted over the roll bar. Daihatsu Motor Corporation were now involved with the project, having lent their wind tunnel to the Toyota and Yamaha to develop the redesigned open cockpit body. Toyota's new 5-liter V8 engine, the 79E, was completed and installed on the 23rd of April. The 79E design was derived from the Ford Cosworth DFV and was capable of producing 395 kilowatts or 530 horsepower or 537 Förderstärke at 7,600 RPM. This thing revved pretty high, but it produced peak torque of 519 Newton meters at 5,600 RPM. That's pretty good. So it was really, really torquey at mid-range RPM, but still climbed in power the higher the revs went. Nice. This now meant that they had a power plant that could match the Nissan GRX-1 V12 engine, which was still in development. The closed cockpit 474S took its first victory in 1969 Suzuka 500 km on the 6th of April, as Minoru Kawai took his first victory with Team Toyota. 2 months after the open cockpit body was completed, the revised 474S made its debut at the Fuji 1000 km, where the team of Fushida and Otsubo claimed Toyota's third consecutive victory in the event. On the 10th of August, Fushida won the Net Speed Cup race at Fuji. This 7 is making strides, man. 7 is making strides. The new Toyota's main event for the year was 1969 Japanese Grand Prix, held on the 10th of October. Toyota entered 5 474Ss for the event, and because of the race distance was extended to 720 kilometers, teams could now register 2 drivers to a car. Kawai drove alone in the number 3 Toyota with the light blue stripe. Former Daihatsu Works driver Hiroyuki Kukidome. So Kukidome Hiroyuki joined Hosoya in car number 2, red. Fushida was partnered by newcomer Harukuni Takahashi in car number 5, dark blue. Kanye was partnered with Kiyoshi Misaki in the number 6, yellow car, and Vic Elford was recruited to drive the number 7 green entry, joined by Toshiaki Takahashi. Nissan arrived with the revised R382s, which now had a new 6-liter GR6 Mark III V12 engine. Jeez! Damn! That's a big engine. That's a big boy. The Takahashi Racing Organization partnered with Porsche to field the new 917 and 908. Wow. But this is the new 917. This was before it was perfected. And the 908. Yeah. They're more Trans Am oriented car. But this was supposed to be their new mega hit. This was something. That motor, a flat 12 engine. Basically, one of Porsche's this right here is like the embodiment of Porsche's motorsports history. Yeah, they got some small wins with their 911s and stuff like that, and you know, their small race cars. Before this car was a thing, the smaller cars, the Carreras. But the 917 and of course the 917K, such a fucking major deal for Porsche. And for the rest of the racing world too. Shoot. Alright. Kawai, who qualified 5th for the race, led the 2 first laps of the race and eventually finished in 3rd, just 1 lap behind the R382s of race winner Motoharu Kurosawa and runner-up Moto Kitano. Alfred finished 4th, while the Kokidome and Hosoya car finished 5th. On lap 5, although Toyota was able to outperform the new Porsche 917 and Taki Racing, the Nissans once again proved too daunting, thanks to their late introduction of the GRX Mark III engine. Toyota's they brought a gun to a bazooka fight. Like, the V8 could get work done, obviously, but that V12 is just not fair. The 1969 World Challenge Cup Fuji 200-mile race. The Toyota 7 had taken many endurance racing victories and had won many domestic sprint races, but hadn't won the Japan Grand Prix of the Japan Can-Am, which is what it was made for. Funny enough. Regarded as the 2 biggest races on the calendar at the time, that changed on the 23rd of November 1969, nice, at the second running of the World Challenge Cup of Fuji 200-mile Invitational Race. For this race, the 474S was modified with the addition of a rear spoiler, which had been banned from use in the Japan Grand Prix. Minoru Kawai, driving the white and blue number 8 Toyota 474S, won the race ahead of John Cannon's Ford G7A, a milestone for the Toyota 7 project. The 2 Toyota 474S were entered, however, Kokidome number 6 retired after 46 laps, and Hisoya number 7 retired after 35 laps. In addition, a modified McLaren M12 with a Toyota 79E engine was entered as a research and development car for Fushida, who retired after 21 laps. The 12474S chassis were constructed, and the only survivor is Kawai's Japan Can-Am winning car, which was restored in 2007. The number 8 car. Look how fat those tires are, bro. Big boys, man. That's a road. You got 2 road rollers right here, bro. And these things also must be super loud. The big wang right there. That massive intake as well. You see this thing just could freaking suck your head in there. Turbocharged 7. Ooh, now we dealing with some real shit right here. The next evolution of the Toyota 7 was the turbocharged 578A. Development began in November 1969, and the first chassis was completed in April 1970. Like the 474S, the 578A was constructed with a space frame chassis. However, the frame was made using aluminum alloy instead of steel, and titanium and magnesium alloy was used for the gearbox casing, suspension arm, and drive shaft for increased rigidity and further weight savings. The weight savings technique brought the car's minimum weight to 620 kilograms, which as we read earlier, is 40 kilograms lighter than their intended goal of 680. Let's convert that. 620. Bro. And I've already read ahead. But if you did read ahead too, then you would know why that number is freaking crazy. All right. The engine was bolted to the rear of the bulkhead just behind the cockpit. Improved suspension geometry resulted in improved handling and stability. Powering the Toyota 7 Turbo was the new 91E engine. It was a 5-liter V8 with the previous 79E, but with the addition of 2 Garrett Air Research turbochargers, brought to the 91E to a conservatively estimated 597 kilowatts or 800 horsepower or 811 Förderstärke. At 8,000 RPM, its peak torque of 725 Newton meters at 7,600 RPM. Yes, even with the turbochargers, this thing probably had turbo lag, but bro, 800 horsepower on a car that only weighs 1,300 pounds. That's lighter than a Miata. That's lighter than most people's Civics. And I'm talking like EK or an EF. It's lighter than those. That's insane. The Toyota 7 Turbo was set to compete in the 1970 Japanese Grand Prix at Fuji Speedway against Nissan's prospective challenger, the R383. That one looks kind of cool though. I ain't gonna lie. I dig the paint job. Alright. But on 8th of June, Nissan announced that they would be withdrawing from the Japanese Grand Prix, citing their desire to concentrate on developing more efficient road vehicles in the wake of the 1968 air pollution control law. Shortly thereafter, Toyota also announced that they would withdraw from Japanese Grand Prix racing, and the Japan Automobile Federation (JAF) canceled the 1970 running of the race. Toyota planned to move to cars in North Korea and enter the Can-Am series. 3 Toyota 7 Turbos performed an exhibition run during the 1970 Fuji 1000 km driven by Hosoya Kawai and Kokidome. An example of the Toyota 7 Turbo is exhibited at the Toyota Automotive Museum in Nagakute, Aichi. This car makes occasional appearances at automotive festivals such as Toyota Gazoo Racing Festival and Goodwood Festival of Speed. The Toyota used the 7 once more in 1970 as a base for the EX7, publicly shown at the Tokyo Motor Show. There's an issue displaying this image. Let me see. Because there's no image. RIP. The turbochargers were removed from the V8 to bring the engine power down to 450 Förderstärke or 330 kilowatts. While the bodywork was streamlined with a streamlined coupe design, similar to other supercars of the era. Bro, what? And we got no pictures for any of this? Google. This was definitely it. The Toyota EX7. Yeah, it's a mid-engine. There were some accidents with this car. The Toyota 7 project was tarnished by 2 fatal testing accidents, which ultimately led to Team Toyota abandoning plans to enter the 24 Hours of Le Mans and the Canadian American Challenge Cup, ultimately resulting in the end of the project in 1970. On the 29th of March of 1968, Toyota survived a near catastrophe during testing for the upcoming Japan Grand Prix when Yoshio Otsubo crashed through the guardrail at the 30-degree banked corner at Fuji while driving the 3-liter 415S. Otsubo miraculously survived without any major injuries. He parted ways with Team Toyota at the end of 1969. And of course, we had these 2 deaths. The death of Sachio Fukuzawa. Sachio was one of Toyota's original factory drivers, starting from the team's inception in 1966 as a racing driver, fashion executive, a designer, and model. Fukuzawa was one of Toyota's most successful and prolific drivers. On the 12th of February 1969, Fukuzawa was taking part in a private testing session at Yamaha's new test course in Fukuroi, Japan, driving in an undisclosed closed cockpit prototype with a 3-liter 61E engine installed. At 11:45 a.m. local time, Fukuzawa's car lost control at the end of the straightaway, swerved off to the right, and crashed into a metal signpost. The car then skidded off into an embankment, rolled over, caught fire. Hosoya, who was also taking part of the test, arrived at the crash site, attempted to free Fukuzawa from the burning vehicle. However, Fukuzawa died instantly of head injuries sustained upon impact with the iron signpost. Toyota did not provide photographs of the accident vehicle to local authorities, citing confidential trade secrets. In fact, the accident vehicle remains were disposed of after the accident, and photographs of a different car were given to local police for investigation. Toyota then stated the accident was caused by driver error. Subsequently, Shintaro Fukuzawa's Sachio's father took legal action against Toyota, charging them with negligence in obstructing the investigation into Fukuzawa's accident, while claiming that a design flaw on the accident vehicle was the cause of the accident. After a 12-year legal battle, Fukuzawa's family were awarded 61 million yen in damages in a 1981 settlement. The cause of the accident was never revealed, and the accident vehicle was never identified. The death of Minoru Kawai, probably in the same vein of what happened to the previous driver. Minoru joined Team Toyota for the 1968 World Challenge Fuji 200-mile race and became a full-time factory driver for 1969. Following Fukuzawa's accident, Kawai was given a more prominent role within Toyota as a leading driver and spokesman for the company, with his stature within the team grew following his win in the 1969 Fuji 200-mile race. Kawai was testing the Toyota 7 Turbo. Oh, yeah, this is the big boy. This is the most dangerous one that they've made. Kawai was testing the Toyota 7 Turbo at Suzuka Circuit on the 26th of August in 1970. The day that Toyota formally approved plans to enter the Canadian American Challenge Cup, as Kawai exited the second Denger curve, turn 9, it is believed now that the car had a stuck throttle, and Kawai attempted to stop the car when he lost control on the underpass. with skid marks on the circuit. So he was trying to brake, but only the front tires could. The front tires couldn't stop it. The rear tires probably kept going. But with the car out of control, it hit a trackside ditch near the kink before a hairpin turn 10, sending the car airborne. Kawhi was thrown from his vehicle, where he sustained massive head and leg injuries and died instantly. Kawhi's death, along with the four-over legal issues with Fukusawa's death, with charges of a cover-up, resulted in Toyota withdrawing their plans to enter the Can-Am series. With the earlier cancellation of the 1970 Japan Grand Prix, development of the Toyota 7 Turbo was officially ceased in September 1970. Well, of course, you know. This car definitely carried a lot of baggage. Just can't have a car that light with being that heavy. It's very hardcore. And the fact that Toyota, Toyota was trying to get away with it a little bit, I guess. Look at this. Fat wheels, bro. Fat. It's the blue one. Such a cool car. Either way, so we've done a bit here. But I'm like, this car looked very similar, but
So the past couple weeks.
Oh. I'm gonna see this. I saw this. We got a crocodile and alligator battle it out in the Everglades. This is like the most Florida thing I've ever seen. Check this out. Check it out. We got two different breeds of Floridian swamp cats just fighting it out. The alligator does not like the crocodile. Bro. Jack, what you looking at? Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Nah, you ain't getting away. Ooh. That's a very quick snap. But still not enough damage to back away. Oh man, that's enough. Bro. What are the comments saying? This is gang violence in Florida has got to stop. Gator to crocodile. We're being recorded by Florida man. Let's go settle this somewhere else in private. Oh, what?
Oh no, look at all the blood.
Yeah, there's blood going on there.
Yes.
Yeah, they were being recorded. Let's take this outside. We are outside. See you later, alligator. The other one yelled back, "In a while, crocodile." This was more entertaining than Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. Bro, alligators look like a friendly flow, while crocodiles look like they're ready to beat anyone up at a moment's notice. As a 57-year-old Floridian, Florida is the only place in the world where we can have crocodiles and alligators. You don't see them interacting too much, but the crocodile is much more aggressive than the alligator. Yeah. You kind of get the feeling at the end they were just like, wanna call it a draw? Yeah, let's do that. It's just common shit. Steve Irwin voiceover would have made this 1,000 times better. Most likely it would have. It would have, for sure. But nah. Just Floridian shit. Bruh. I'll probably still keep that up, just in case. Let me check this shit out. The Tesla situation's getting crazier. No, we saw that one. Saw the 77B, saw the Crocodile. You see Camaro. And Camaro here. Alright, let's see. Why the Camaro? Yes, why the Camaro? Why would you choose the Camaro?
I've gone and done it. I've completed my narrative arc as the ultimate GM man. I went out and bought a 6th gen Camaro SS1LE, something I promised I would do in our original SS1LE deep dive. Now that I've had this car for basically all of winter and put just over 2,000 miles on it, this is one of my favorite cars I've ever owned.
And there's some things that I have to say about the Camaro, is that yes, they're extremely fun to drive, as long as you're driving straight. Good Lord, if you have to try to look at your blind spot, good luck. If you have to try to drive in reverse, good luck. But other than that, they were pretty fun, in my experience, trying to drive a Camaro.
And there are lots of reasons for it, but let me walk you through the thought process other than of torturing Mark to buy a V8 powered Camaro. The car I bought is a 2020 2SS 1LE with PDR and no sunroof. This is not an Auto Tempest sponsored video, but we did use Auto Tempest to find it. 2SS means higher trim level, which means heated and cooled seats. Yes, I'm bougie, and I wanted a very subpar Bose audio system. PDR for the track Cosworth tools built into the car.
So you got a Camaro that's like slightly built on, with some decent luxuries, as you would get for the 2LE. Oh shit. No, bless me. So, I don't know. I have my own reservations when it comes to sports cars and like luxury features being added into them. So you're gonna have to excuse me for that one. But that's just
and no sunroof, so it could actually fit in this thing. And the post-2020 cars or 2020 cars also get the latest update as far as exterior styling and some manufacturing improvements. This car was difficult to find, so I had to fly all the way out to Pennsylvania, Mark's favorite state, to find this thing. The very first thing I did to this car was get snow tires. Apex and us worked together to find a set of snow tires and wheels that cleared the brakes. So I'm running 19x9 plus 30 SM10s from Apex, and we're running the latest Blizzak 6 tire. We're running 255s, which are great in the snow. The Blizzak 6 is a more, let's call it, highway, sporty focused winter tire, as a stiffer sidewall, less squirm, so it's better at high speeds. But this car was never designed with 255s in mind in the rear, so it's rather lively to drive. And then we went out to Auto Image to do PPF in the front and try to remove some of the questionable exterior modifications when it came to styling. As you are probably well aware, most cars that exist in this realm live a interesting life when it comes to modification choices. This car was mostly stock, but not entirely. So it had some vinyl on the roof and other parts of the vehicle, and straight up limousine tint. We added some PPF to the front of the car, and we did a light ceramic.
Limo tint is the most annoying thing I've ever seen. I hate driving cars with them. They're the most egregious. And I don't care what people say about them. You can't see shit out of them, especially at night. It's a problem when it's at night and you have limo tints.
Coating as well. Then it went to URW Automotive, where the lowering springs were removed. Yes, this car was slammed, and they had to add spacers to the front with extended lugs to get these snow tires and wheels to fit. So with all that said, let's go take this for...
Basically, he had to spend a little extra money to revert the car back to stock.
Quick drive with Mark, where he and I are going to experience V8 on some of our favorite Illinois roads.
Yo. The drone footage in this and these guys' production is just really good.
Oh God, tell me. It's V8 time.
Oh man, you just lost 3 seasons of those Blizzaks in one. Oh man, that thing has the suspension has some float.
We're in tour mode.
I felt like we were more stable in the Odyssey going over that hill.
Mark, I'm in tour mode. I'm touring around the country, Mark.
Is that why you're in?
Oh, yeah, sure,
you
totally.
in cylinder deactivation mode, so you can't even use the V8?
No, see, Mark, the manuals, they don't have any of that. They knew that only gentlemen drove the manual, Mark.
This is the perfect car for you. I can't imagine a more jack car, a transmission you can just grenade shift. A car that is obnoxiously loud. Well, to be fair, it's not obnoxiously loud. This has got what Borla what?
Borla ATAC, the loudest Borla. So, the reason I want to do an SS1LE series, other than the fact that I love this car and I think it's amazing, is that you can get one of these cars for less than a Civic Type R. You can get a manual rear drive, mid 400-ish horsepower car with the same amount of torque, real brakes, big tires, and a lot of performance for a somewhat affordable price point and a great gearbox. Maybe not.
The funny part is that when it comes to some of these cars, Jack does provide a good point. That like the Civic Type R is just unnecessarily overpriced for what it is. Before, it used to represent, power on a budget, performance on a budget. But now it's just so overinflated because of the bad perception, the Type R. It's just insane that like a car that technically has way more performance than it can be found for cheaper than a Type R. And at least in my area, they tend to go around maybe like $50,000 for a Honda Type R. And he was able to find a Camaro for less than that. And it sounds like the Camaro is like right under that entry point where you start looking at like the Camaro 1LE ZL1. There you go, the ZL1 package. So it's kind of like one of those pick your poison type of deal. But still, to have a V8 rear-wheel drive versus a 4-cylinder front-wheel drive, I mean, yeah, it's turbocharged. It's a turbocharged 4-cylinder, but I guess preference is or beauty is at the eye of the beholder. Because in my opinion, the new generation Alpha 5 Type R isn't exactly a good looking car, although some people do like it a lot better than the FK8. But in both cases, I would still rather a rear-wheel drive car like the Camaro.
Type R great, but
no, it's pretty great. It's pretty great. I'll give you that.
You have excellent dynamics for a strut front, multi-link rear car. I mean,
and you're on snow tires.
I am, which is
narrower snow.
It's also funny to me to hear that it has front struts instead of double wishbone front. We Challengers have double wishbone. Suck it. Well, I don't. Yeah. We got the better suspension.
As far as driving this in the snow, the BRZ FRS used to be the top snow car for me for behaving in wintertime driving. I think this has it, Mark. I think this definitely has it for me in winter driving dynamics. It's super easy to drive. Oh, let me rephrase this. This may not be the safest winter vehicle you could possibly pick, but it's easy to drive in the snow.
It is not
I
by
can
far.
only imagine. I can imagine you. Oh. You might as well, seriously, with the way you drive, you might as well just under-tire this, because I know you're going to have like 305s on here. It's going to completely eliminate the whole point of you driving this.
You see, because I'm going to add more grip, and then I have to add more power to balance it out.
You see,
it's the gentleman's approach to balance everything out.
The gentleman's math that you're trying to apply to this?
Yeah, it's
you
like
do one
girl
thing,
math,
you just on
basically.
the other side.
As a car, though, I know you've not spent a lot of time in this thing yet, and I'm happy that because this car is at a more affordable price point, I'm probably going to be driving this a lot harder than I did the Z06. Do some track days with you. I think you and I will come to love my GM mobile.
Well, I was just telling Jack here a little bit ago that this is on this year's list of one of the vehicles that holds its value the best.
Yep.
I mean, with the way the car industry is going and everything is so unpredictable right now, I feel like we don't know what's going to happen here, but we do know everything's too damn expensive.
Yes.
And it's probably going to get more expensive, so we're going to start going to the used market more to get experiences. And this is an experience car, honestly.
Oh, 100% you're grabbing it like I'm going to do something.
Yeah, I'm grabbing.
Oh, that sounds so good. So, the thought process of, seeing things potentially getting more expensive is an avenue, but it could also present something else. As we know, I'm pretty sure these two are aware of, like, the trio, the American trio, Chrysler, GM, Ford, having to relocate a lot of their stuff to be within the states to avoid tariffs. Is it's something that could probably be seen as better for the long run. And could also reinforce some ingenuity, especially because we need something to deal with. We also needed to deal with something like all these car prices getting a bit absurd, and the scaling back of like all these extra stuff. Just there's all these stuff here. Just it's kind of absurd. Like like for some of these cars to be so expensive for what they are, and dealers also marking them up to be even higher than that. So something's obviously gonna give. For a lot of these cars, it just feels weird, like buying like an Ultima for almost 30K. Come on.
My floozy ass torque. Yeah, there's no the typical GM fashion. They don't believe in giving people handles to hold on to.
Excuse me.
All right, there are some cons if you're going to buy this as your only car. So you got one of these things. I paid more just because it's 2SS and I wanted a newer car. And I will be honest, if you're looking for a 2SS sunroof car with a manual, with PDR, like specific options and specific colors, these things are a pain in the ass to find.
Okay.
But if you're willing to buy an older, so you like a 17 through 19 model, you don't want the bougie interior package. In fact, I think 17s are only 1SS cars. These are mid-30s. The only maintenance things or reality things in this car you're gonna have to deal with is they're bare on consumables. Tires are expensive. Rotors and pads are not the least expensive thing in the world, and this has a huge oil capacity, so oil changes are like $200.
Yep.
But, you know, it's surprisingly
it's a
compliant.
stout car.
Yeah.
You know, this is the thing with
They'll either go bang or they won't.
Generally, these things take a serious beating out of the box. Like,
Yeah.
to be fair to this car and a lot of the Camaro, the upper end Camaros, like, you don't have to do a lot to them. They're insane out of the box. And the performance for the dollar amount that you're getting here, there's not too much that touches this.
The same price as your Type R is what I think.
I mean, this thing would mop that car up, like, with little or no effort. You know, clearly, like you said, consumables will be more.
You have no interior space whatsoever.
Well, yeah, I mean, but I mean, this is the tried and true, like, peak Camaro. Like, really, this is the best that ever got it. Other than, I'm a big fan of the
CL1.
CL1, yeah, I would have to have that. I would just have to for the supercharged aspect of it. And, you know, like, I'm a sucker for the 1LE, which I would probably hate in 2 days, you know, of actually driving that. But yeah, it's a really cool car.
So the plan next is to live with this car a little bit longer, and then just like we've done both with the Corolla and the GR86, sort of show you in stages of like feasible budgets of what you could do with this car.
Feasible budget. You're gonna be spending like 50 G's on top of what you spent on this already.
In the end, we might reach that point, Mark. But
you're gonna turn into Matt Mormon with this thing. It's gonna be like a $150,000 Camaro by the time you're done.
So first step is wheels.
Hey man, race car project, come on, man.
Tires, real track wheels and tires, some basic modifications if you want to keep this car on the stock dampers and use the stock calipers, brake fluid pads. The next step past that, we'll be throwing some suspension at the car and some brakes. And then the last stage, we will venture into building a small block, Mark.
Yeah, okay.
Let me rephrase that. I will venture into building a small block, and then you will stare at a distance, and then by the time we're done, my goal is high revving LT1, Mark. I'm thinking like mid 500 wheel.
High revving. You can get that thing to rev to maybe like 7,500 safely. 7,500, almost 8,000. Yeah, you can go for 8,000 RPM, 500 horsepower. Sounds pretty good. Gonna need to do some intense engineering to make sure you can rev that safely though. But it's very possible on a small block Chevy. Unlike a Hemi, because the Hemi architecture, the way it's designed, you have to do a lot to get them to be able to rotate that fast. So with the small block Chevys, they're definitely a lot more easier and a lot more feasible, a lot more realistic to get to that 8,000 mark. I'm pretty sure it'll probably be a one hell of a Camaro by the end of it, assuming he keeps it.
Seems like a good number. I think that seems like a gentleman's number.
You're taking a car that is almost like perfectly balanced for what it is, and you're just going to make it absolutely out of control fast and probably undrivable.
We'll see.
Well, that's my I'm seeing my crystal ball.
At least 500 horsepower is fairly reasonable to control. It's definitely the upper limit of what I believe a street car should be at, or if not the limit in most cases, especially since it's two-wheel drive. Could cause a lot of issues, and as we've seen, they live in inclement weather areas. So in places that have a lot of inclement weather, like if down here in Florida, if it rains a lot, you know, good luck, especially if it's your only car that you can drive. But yeah, good luck trying to keep that 500 horsepower in check, you know.
All right, Mark. So with that,
all that excessive rubber is going to be needed.
You and I have some other car things coming out in the near distant future, sir. I like how I have this and the E30 for you to experience this year.
Yeah, well, you're going to have a Honda Odyssey that I will be bringing in from me.
And an iX.
That's true. The two compared to those and your choices, it's making me look like I'm 6 feet under the ground already.
I'm surprised no mention of any type of poor visibility. They could have easily went for the jokes, but they chose not to. So that was Savage Geese buying Camaro SS1LE. First drive, pain or pleasure? Right. So you got it here. It's 4:30. We'll be back and take an AFK break for a second. And then after that we'll be playing some games. We'll go back to Gran Turismo and see what the daily races are like today this week. Should be pretty fun or interesting. And we back. Check, mic check. Okay, yeah. My mic is on. Time for us to get some racing in the way. Oh, this week we got Fuji. Huh, speaking of, we got Barcelona and Grand Valley. Group 3 Grand Valley. 9 laps. Ooh. That sounds fun. Specified car. Short. Advantage 1 make race. Let's see. Good shot. Give me sport medium tires. Why can't they just... See, entry period starts at 3. We'll wait until the entry period is open. Why is it that we can't have, like, the car will be set to is whatever specifications that the race requires, all except for tires. Like, if there's a restriction on a specific tire compound, why can't they just equip it for you if you're, you know, if you have the parts for it, or be like, if you don't have it, buy X to equip and then join the race. Or, you know, it could also be like, if it lets you choose more than one different type of tire type, which I've never seen any of these races do, but hypothetical. It can just be like, okay, here's the tires that you can use, select which one to apply, and then you press X to slap whichever is the grippiest, because that's probably what you're going to be using anyway. And then it'll let you do that from there. It's just some of these things that just really, I just really want to nitpick, you know? I don't know if any of you guys had this Red Bull, the pink edition. It's really good. Really freaking tasty. I like. And it actually has sugar. Unlike some of these that don't. Just an addict for Red Bull, really. Or not just Red Bull, but just energy drinks in general. I don't know, I just like them. I like how the only specification between short and long is the fact whether or not they remove the chicane off of Fuji Speedway. I don't know, but if you ask me, it's a little dramatic. It can just be like chicane or no chicane. Chicane or no chicane. Chicane or no chicane. Chicane or no chicane. How about we put some more hype music? starting off strong with Mr. Happy. "15 seconds, and then we can start." There we go. 15 minutes until the next race. Jeez. Go. Whoa! I didn't realize how unreliable this car was without weight, weight and lower grip tires. Damn, it's really that bad. I have to do quite a bit to work. So 250 mark is safe. Whoa. Not good. I still have like race car braking distance in my head. So we definitely have like lower brake performance, less grip obviously. So massively increased stopping distance. Oh yeah, forgot it's short. You don't have the chicane. Yeah, baby. I missed the 80s layout. Bring me the 80s layout. Sheesh. There we go. We probably could have braked a little later, so maybe slightly post the 150 mark. Imagine gaining 5 seconds just off of that. And we still have a terrible beginning lap too. Oh no. Here we go. Give me my 5 seconds. $147. Yeah, 147. That's good. Now we just gotta brake properly. So between over here. That was terrible. That could have been a lot more smoother. Too hardcore. Yeah, we got a good corner exit, so we'll start off this lap strong. It's up to us to keep the lead. That was good. Beautiful. Even. That was way too rough. But kind of fun. Pretty fun. There we go. We're going in. Did even better. $145. Nice. Yeah. We can shave another half second. Okay. We could have been faster if we screwed it up there. But we should still seem to be doing better this lap. E 145. Oh, we had a slightly weaker braking point there. That's too much. Go back here. Let's see what are the current fast times. Global ranking. Could be what? About 4 seconds off? I feel pretty good. Top 2000. Well, because many others probably still haven't had a chance to qualify yet. Let's see. And this is worldwide too. Yeah. Maybe we can copy a lot. If someone more close to our lap time, would we go? Would we good? And this is a one-make race too, so it's all purely skill. Ironically, this doesn't update your driver rating. Whoa. That was rough. Alright, so we won't be able to do it this lap, but yeah, we ruined the hot lap. Here we go. 10 seconds left. The hours pass, I would not to know. Bill Har Racing Team. Go. Yokomo Hoyo. Mugin. So we're starting in second place. That's cool. Oh, we're in driver ratings C? Shoot. So this is gonna be a crazy lobby now. We got C's and D's in here. Oh. So a rolling start. So you managed to start off second. Neil, Craven, and Hootie Tang seem to have extremely low connection. Looks like it doesn't become a problem. Okay, that's not going to be an issue. Here we go. So it's going to be me and Neil. I should probably put the radar on. We got ghosted, luckily. We got hit in the butt. That's Vito Cesar. Alright. Let's see how it is. Keep it steady. Keep it chill. Here we go. Going to final turn. Gotta tries to cut from the inside. It's very disadvantageous for him. It's gonna cut through the inside. No sir, no sir. Okay, last turn was pretty bad. We lost a lot of speed. Mr. Neil going at it. Here we go. We hit it pretty well at the slightly past the 250 mark, 250 meter. Mr. Neil's pretty good. That was terrible. He wasn't doing too well in that final corner. We were able to catch up a little bit. Now we're at the slightly past the halfway mark. We got 2 more laps to go. We let that slide go on for a little too long. Get back on the road. There you go. Keep it steady. That's my point to nose. Yes, sir. That was a good point. No, we were a little too anxious with the last corner. I think the last turn could have been a lot better. I think we may have overshot. 200 meters was not good. Now Mugen has a very solid chance of catching up to us. We can't afford to make that mistake again. That was weird. He went way too hard there, so he got reset. The inside was a gamble. Oh, he got a 0.5. That's rough, bro. Man, we kept it sliding, boy. That's what I want to see. He tried, bro. He tried it. Come on, bro. This man tried to fucking, and he got ghosted for it too. The game's pretty good at detecting it. There's sometimes where it feels sketchy though, where you can't trust if they're gonna ghost or not. I don't know. I haven't been in a C lobby in a long while. It's been nothing but bees. The Monza was just bad. Alright, a good race. Oh, we do get a sportsmanship rating up here though. That's cool. I do need to build mine back up. Entry deadline 6 minutes. We'll do group 4. Let's see here. Racing Hearts, huh? Any other rules? Let's see here. Where are we at right now? Yeah, we got pummeled back down to C. Now we gotta go back up. How many laps? 6 laps? So it's a sprint race. Let's go. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, qualified. Let's qualify, boy. Oh, this is without chicanes. Okay, I like this version. It's cool. Drive. Oh, terrible. Level 155. Let's see how good we can get. Ooh, I felt that was coming. Ugh. Oh man, that hurt. Apologize for that. You become so much more. This is not you. Tell me who I am. After everything we've said and done, tell me who I am. When I can recognize myself again. Sky falls, I'll be right here waiting. I'll be right here waiting. I'll be right here waiting. That was awful. Am I still the same? As my memories change, what if I can't recognize myself again? Ugh. That's the worst part is we still have to serve the penalty. Yeah, like we have like little to no reason to go to Catalunya in the main campaign. If you can call that a campaign. Still better than my fastest lap. It's almost like they want you to use the shadow as the shadow of the bridge as a breaking point. That's terrible. I need to follow a ghost, bro. I only got 5 minutes. Look at that. Look at these fast times. Are you telling me the GTR is actually the fastest car right now? The GTR is the fastest car right now. Great. Freaking GTR's meta right now. Okay, we killed 3 seconds of our lap time. I'm satisfied with that. But we still have one more lap that we can do. That was rough. And it invalidates my lap. That's crazy. We only got a few seconds until the match starts. Wait, give me a second. We're back. Let's see here. We are currently 11th. Jeez. Yeah, we got a lot of GTRs on the, quite a few GTRs on the grid. And I just wanted to drive my Miku car, bro. Yep. Assess this. My bad, bro. That was not cool. That Lambo. So we got 2 people right on our behinds. Brother. Yeah, you're being too slow, man. How are you driving the fastest car right now in this patch, and you're going so fucking slow? I guess it's true, you know, the car doesn't make the driver. Car may be the fastest car in the patch, but it don't mean nothing if you can't utilize the skill for it. Got Sosa number 2, who crashed. All you guys, bro. Look, I can go faster than that. Come on. How do you guys have faster lap times than I do? there. This guy stinks. How do you pick the fastest car in the patch? And still start to get outperformed by little old me. I think he completely disconnected. Really? We're catching pretty fast. We're catching a road pretty fast to Hephaestus. I messed it up. So did be good. He's not being good. Got a 1 second penalty. Probably for skipping over that line. Now he's going to service penalty here. All right. I think we did the best that we could. Oh, Sosa too. Something worse must have happened to him while he was running. What the hell? Alright, so we're gonna play meta. We're gonna go get a GTR. I don't have the the Group 4 one yet. I've abstained from getting it for a long time. But now we might as well. And of course, we're gonna give it the most weeb livery we can possibly give it. Oh, bless me. We up. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Our sportsmanship rating went down to shitter again. Not surprising. Actually, no, it's 6 o'clock. Oh, okay. Well, so. We obviously can't. We've run out of time. And for anyone that might have stopped by to view the stream, I appreciate you coming by. It's been a great pleasure. And we're going to continue doing this. I like this kind of format so far that I have going on. And we're going to continue with this type of format. At least until we get more ideas and we adjust how things are. It's a constant evolution. Appreciate you stopping by. And I hope you guys have a good day. Take care. And until next time.